All right, hey everybody, welcome to Trading Capital's live stream. Sorry guys, there's just so basically what we're looking at is another gap up, but PPI data, markets were surging into that data, or not surging, but climbing into that data, and then they had a big pop on the data when yields and dollar fell, and the yields and dollar actually reversed and went positive today. 10 years up 1.4, the dollar's up 0.25%. So kind of getting a retraceable bounce. Pre-market high is at 451.67 level. It's actually 451.68. So that's the level to trade against, but the markets are still positive. Yet again, another gap up. So watching holding couple daily over this gap fill again. We actually hit this level over here. Maybe you can push up to this kind of area, this trend line. But again, we're getting a little bit stretched here in the near term in the market. So watch those yields, because the market certainly doesn't like when those yields start to carry some momentum to the upside. So right now, semis are up about $1. NVDA is still up about 0.5%. But most of the stocks have actually lost their pre-market highs and testing the pre-market lows. So what I'm looking for is a test of the pre-market lows. And if we break those pre-market lows, to watch today, in my opinion, is obviously pre-market high. If we test that, that's a big time short. And if we lose pre-market low here, sitting at a lot of room to the downside, you have your first support at that gap low at around sitting at 446. But if you lose that area, I mean, you're looking at gap fill all the way down to 440. I don't think we're going to get there today, but you never know. So definitely keep your wits about you. I'm looking at NVIDIA for a short, and the SMH and the Qs and the S&P. Basically, I'm not chasing anything up here unless I see some sort of a decent, really miraculous opportunity. So we'll keep the SPY window on watch here, and let's just be ready for the market action, because we are set to open very soon here. So markets will be gapping up. I'm looking at some shorts again, SPY, NVIDIA shorts. The SPY still trying to push up. So let me show you this NVIDIA chart, pre-market low like I discussed. NVIDIA is falling sharply. SPY is still holding strong. I'm looking at a SPY short as well. I'm going to short the S&P here at 450.30, 450.30, 450.30. All right, I am covering NVIDIA here. It just filled the gap. I'm covering NVIDIA. It just filled the gap. I covered it at 496.61, 496.61. Covered NVIDIA. Okay, good job there. That's the first winner. We're still holding that SPY short at 450.30, 450.30. About to turn negative. NVIDIA is about to turn negative. So that's the first winner in the books on NVIDIA. Falling sharply now. And we're still holding an S&P short now. So we closed that NVIDIA for a beautiful, beautiful gain there. So great job on holding that. 30, 450.30. SMH is still holding strong. You have Tesla that just went negative after being up a couple percent in the pre-market, about 1.5%, 1.6%. So that has gone negative. Weakness in the semis. Bitcoin's still holding up. Oil's a little weak, getting a little bit of a back test. Microsoft new high. Microsoft new high. Are chasing Microsoft. So we already have one trade executed on NVIDIA. It was a nice gain. As basically every 50 cents. Every 50 cents will add to the S&P short. We have 5 add entries. NVIDIA is getting a decent bounce here. Back to the positive side. The S&P is still holding strong. Again, I like the weakness in the semiconductors. That's probably going to weigh in on the Qs momentarily here. I'm actually looking at a QQQ short, 387.13. I just got filled in the QQQ short. 387.13. And then the next add level will be 387.93 on the Qs. So it's a 1/4 position. QQQ S&P is pushing up. Get ready to add to the SPY short. SPY at 450.80. We're about 20 cents away. We are about 20 cents away. Good morning, Casey. Good morning, Jordan Connor. Good morning, Aslov. So we already closed the NVDA short for an over $2 gain. We're short the S&P here, but it is climbing. And we're short the Qs as well. The dollar is looking like it wants to head a little bit higher. I am seeing a big on, which probably is going to weigh in on Tesla as well. Tesla is testing the pre-market low. Still positive on the session. AMD is falling sharply. Still have Apple positive. Amazon's up 0.5%. Tesla's up almost 1%. $51.60. So NVIDIA is now falling a little bit more. Semis are seeing some weakness. So that's going to weigh in heavy. I am seeing Amazon reverse pretty sharply here. So take a look. AMD's falling sharply. Gap fills at 242. I still see Amazon really weak right now. All right, so Tesla's moving up on us. It's a 1/4 position. Gap fill is going to be a big level. That's the next level to add to Tesla. SPY is moving up. Q is moving up as well. The dollar's consolidating at the EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart. If it can close above that, it should have more legs to move higher. Still seeing Amazon with a big reversal candle. XLY, consumer discretionary. NVIDIA is still on the negative side. AMD at this gap fill zone. If it comes up, the SPY is still acting very strong. You have Apple and Microsoft still doing well. Apple's coming into its first big resistance at 188.85. QQQ still pushing up. So is the S&P. Dollar's starting to weaken a little bit, softening up. So we're seeing a little bit of selling occurring. NVIDIA is seeing some heavy selling here on NVIDIA. So that's going to weigh in. If semis start to see more and more downside, certainly the run that has had, it's only natural to see some profit taking, in my opinion. Up over 25%, I believe, in 11 days on a $1 trillion company. Look at that drop on NVIDIA. NVIDIA could actually come and fill the gap here today. Would not surprise me at all. Tesla's still up. So again, divergence from Amazon and the XLY on Tesla, and a divergence from Rivian. A few other car makers are also in the car makers. So maybe Tesla's going to play catch up on the downside. We really have to wait and see if that happens. Short is now in the money. He's falling harder now. Getting an alert on Genrac, GNRC. I will pull that up on my other screen. So Qs are still seeing some selling occurring, mainly in the semiconductors right now. SPY is looking a little bit heavy at this point. Gap fill looks very, very likely at this point in time, especially if we lose that pre-market low. If we lose pre-market low on SPY, which is this yellow 9 at 449.60, then watch out for the downside potential. All right, so we're basically flat, almost flat on our Tesla, and we are seeing the S&P come in 20 cents in the money. QQ losing its little bit of momentum here. Even now, Apple's starting to come in. So Apple's looking a little bit heavy at this pre-market level. So Apple got rejected before pre-market high. NVDA is hitting the EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart. All right, so AMD looks like it could fill its gap all the way to the downside at 116.81. You are hitting some support right now. All right, get ready to add to the Tesla short. It's approaching that gap fill and pre-market high. So remember, Tesla did fill that gap in the pre-market at 242.45. It actually made a pre-market high all the way up to 243.39. Potential 1-minute bear flag forming on the SPY. VIX is still negative. Yields, 10-year yield is up at 1.55%. Dollar's putting in a potential bullish consolidation pattern. Microsoft is about to go negative on the session after making a new all-time high. Tesla, we're still watching Tesla and the Qs. So the SMH is still hanging on to positive gains, but NVIDIA and AMD are negative. So you have to wonder that there's a little bit of relative strength occurring in some individual names, like AVGO is still holding on. Dollar is breaking its bull flag pattern to the upside. All right, so we're in the money nicely on our SPY and our QQQ. We are in the money nicely. So we're basically flat. S&P we're nicely in the money, so are we with the Qs. SPY is getting a little bit of a bounce here. So we're seeing AMD continuing to sell here. AMD is selling pretty hard and sharp. It's getting a little bit of a bounce here. Genrac is looking nice here, breaking that bull flag, heading into the daily 200 MA. It looks like it'll test that 115.41. Apple's still holding on, propping up the market by 0.5%. Tesla's getting a nice pop here. Now, too, is NVDA. So we're still short the Qs, long the SOXS, and short the SPY, and short. It's pretty much almost engulfing yesterday's candle. Wow, look at this dash move. Breakout. Breaking out. Above average right now. So you got your entry at 94.50 at stop loss. You're willing to risk quite a bit on that trade. And honestly, I don't give, because this is now today over 93.15, I would stop because that could on dash. And let's just see if there's some resistance. I mean, this is a pretty big basing formation that occurred. Nice consolidation. Moving averages are moving up. The only thing I don't like is that it's a market trade. So obviously, if the market goes down, Dash is going to struggle. So now we're in the money on all of our shorts except for Tesla. Still seeing weakness in NVIDIA. I'm looking to close my semiconductor short if we hit this 860. I'm looking for about 10 cents on the SOXS, maybe more. GDX falling sharply. The dollar's breaking out. The SMH is likely to fill its gap at 161.10. All right, we're seeing big movements here. I'm going to flip back to my positions. Just on the dash, it could have a failed breakout today, Casey, if the market rejects and goes lower. So with failed breakouts, but again, the leaders of this market have been the semiconductors. So with NVIDIA selling sharply here today, you have to be mindful that, okay, all right, so Tesla's now starting to roll over. We're back in the green, so we're green on all of our trades so far. Today, even GDX is falling sharply. GDX is falling sharply. And that was a swing trade I held, or day trade I held overnight. I'll pull up that GDX from my previous stream yesterday. I'm actually going to cover that GDX short momentarily. I'm looking for a move down to 28 bucks. GDX is about to hit it. All right, I just covered my GDX at 28.03, 28.03 on GDX. I just covered that from yesterday's stream. We shorted at 28.36. That's a nice about 33 cents per share. All right, SPY, the SPY is losing pre-market low here. So now 449.60, we're a beautiful 13-cent profit. 868 exit on SOXS. 868 exit. Nice job. SPY, we're still holding short. I want to see gap fill. I want to see gap fill in the SPY. QQQ, 87 on the Qs. Stop loss. And if Tesla goes negative, Apple goes negative, this market's really going to sell. It will hit that gap fill. So we just need to start seeing this market. So my stop loss on the Qs is 386.87. 386.87. Basically at this red bar high here. Right there. So we're losing pre-market lows on the Qs. NVDA are falling sharply here. It was a beautiful, beautiful 13 cents per share. We caught that whole impulse move to the upside. So that was a nice exit. I still think it goes to gap fill, but why not just take our profit since we still have Tesla that we're watching, as well as the QQQ and S&P. Both have stop loss protections in place. I'm going to move in the S&P. All right, so Amazon's still seeing some selling. It may get a bounce here at that gap window. Support. Semis have just went negative. Semiconductors, the SMA just went negative. All right, so Tesla's still falling. We're in the money now. Tesla is testing its pre-market low right here at 238.67. Tesla's pre-market low is 238.7. So if it loses that, could see a bigger move to the downside. NVIDIA still hasn't filled its gap, but getting a decent bounce now. Apple's still holding on to some positive gains. The dollar's surging. Take a look at this dollar. This is going to weigh in on the markets quite substantially. Dollar broke its bull flag pattern. Watch out to the downside. Up to the downside here. The dollar is breaking a big bull flag pattern. Look at that surge on the dollar. So Tesla, we're still holding short. QQQ, SPY, we're still holding break-even stop loss, in the money stop loss on the Qs as well. AMD almost at gap fill. Wow, look at AMD sell. Down 2.17%. That's wild. The dollar is still surging. These are still weak today. Semiconductors are negative right now, being to go long, but I'm looking at AMD bounce trade here. Pull this up for a second. NVIDIA is down 1.76%. Small caps are still hanging in there. Some strength across the IWM, some individual names. Qs and SPY are still positive, believe it or not. So look at the sell on AMD. Let's look for a tradable level on the long side here, since we are in a little bit of a waterfall sell-off. SPY is getting a bounce here. QQQ is still seeing some heavy selling occurring. Chart is just acting a little bit slow right now with the streaming on TradingView. They haven't quite really mastered. All right, so AMD is coming up into this gap fill. Okay, so we're looking at 116.81, but considering the S&P are so far away from that gap, we want to see if there's any other factors that we can align with the trade. And right now, if I move this down to say here, Let's throw up a fib. Come on, fib. Sorry about the stream, guys. The trading view is just acting up very, very weird today. Maybe because I have too many charts open. So QQQ, we're still in the money. It's putting in a bear flag. SPY's coming up to our level here, but we're still holding. Still holding short on the SPY. All right, so its gap fill. That would be the best case scenario. So we're looking at AMD on a long side. We're still short in the Qs, the S&P, Tesla, but we're looking at AMD on the long side. Okay, so watch AMD here. So a lot of people are going to be piling in right at this gap fill. I don't like that gap fill yet. I like it down here. A couple factors, fib retrace. So watch that 115.30 area for a long trade on AMD. The S&P is trying to move a little bit higher here. QQQ. Looking at AVGO also on the short side. AVGO. Tesla's still at 1.2. I think Tesla's actually going to go negative this session. Too many people are looking at that gap fill. And from my experience, whenever so many people are watching one specific technical level, it often either overshoots it or misses it by a hair. QQQ is putting in a little bit of a bear flag pattern. Bit of a bear flag pattern on the Qs. Potential head and shoulders forming on the Tesla 1-minute chart and the 2-minute chart. We have a 1/4 position in Tesla, prepared to add another 3 entries. Semis are still selling. I'm seeing weakness creep into AVGO, another market leader in the semiconductor space. Actually, the heaviest weighting in the SMH, making new all-time highs today yet again, and it is starting to sell. Tesla's moving higher now. We'll see if AMD hits our level. We're looking at a long entry right around this 115.30, 40 area. It should get the SPY here because the SPY is so we can see more of the patterns and wicks forming. So case signify potentially some downside, and there was some extreme volume on the 10-minute hanging man candle that did occur basically at the start of the session. So watch it closely, because if it starts to falter, it could make a move back below that 93.15 and could be causing. You're going to need the market to stay firm. So NVIDIA is getting a decent bounce here. Whoa, look at TripAdvisor, TRIP. Money, break-even stop loss, and we're still shorting the Qs, which are in the money nicely, with an in-the-money stop loss at 386.87. Tesla is looking like it may be potentially putting in a lower high. It's too early to tell yet. QQQ has a 3-minute bear flag. 3-minute bear flag on the Qs. The yields, the 10-year yield just made a new high today at 4.54. It's up 2%. It's up 2%. SPY is trying to make a move higher. Apple's starting to fade potentially a little bit here. S&P and still an intraday bear flag on the Qs. Still watching AMD for a long trade setup. A little bit lower though. A little bit lower. Cooling off a little bit, which is why we're seeing a market bounce, reprieve, and dash. We're about to get stopped out, break even on the SPY trade. We're still in it. Qs, we still have an in the money stop loss. I'm still holding those. SMH big bounce. AMD had a big bounce. All right, so we're still in the SPY. We're still in the Q short. We're still in the Tesla short. Tesla still has not hit that gap fill yet. I will call out an additional ad. NVDA is still on the negative side. Still lots of strength in this market. Oil is starting to see a little bit of selling. Nat gas is trying to put in some consolidation to move higher. That one's potentially a little bit of a long trade off of this bull flag break if we get a move. Semis are still bouncing up here. All sectors are green except for healthcare. XLV, the Dow's up quite substantially. The Russell's the best performing sector right now. All right, I just got stopped out. All right, I'm going to short NVIDIA up here, 491.29, 491.29, 491.29. Short NVIDIA, 491.29. That's a 1/4 position. We're short NVIDIA. We're short the Qs, 491.21. All right, since we just have 72, so we're banking, about what is that? 50 cents, 40 cents, 40 cents. Apple's starting to come down a little bit, curling. Tesla's starting. Strong yield. Tesla, AMD, they're all still holding the bounce that had just occurred. We're still holding short. Let's see what we get here. All right, so the Qs may stop us out here. All right, a big top wick there on the Qs, on the S&P. Still an inside bar bear flag on the Qs. Could break momentarily. Still have Tesla up 1.45%. So we've just closed one winner today on the NVIDIA short. It was a beautiful, quick, like 10-second trade off the open. And NVIDIA is still below pre-market high. Sorry, below pre-market low, which means that it's technically more of a bearish setup as of today. And at these gap fill, but if we just do a fib retrade to break, we're still short up here. I am going to move my stop down to about 386 strong today. So that's giving some positivity and investor sentiment to the market. So the S&P is still remaining strong. The Q is actually the weaker indice. The Russell's up 0.26%. So if the IWM starts to falter, then that's going to be a detriment for this market because the Qs are actually weaker today. But the SPY is still holding up. IWM still pumping up. It's about to hit the daily 200 MA. That's the short level at 180. AMD is getting a big push. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit of selling occurring. So SPY is still holding up here. IWM still pumping, up another 1.22% today, even in the face of higher yields and a little bit of a higher dollar. Still surging. Semiconductor big bounce on the semis. Dash is actually still continuing to climb, so that one's potentially squeezing. All right, we just got stopped out on the Qs for a little bit of a gain here. Nice gain on the QQQ short. We did get stopped out. All right, SPY double top. I'm looking at a short. SPY double top. We're still holding NVIDIA shorts and Tesla short. Buy. A little bit higher. Still an inside bar bear flag on the Qs. We are pushing. SPY double top looks to be holding as of now. Still short Tesla in the Qs and in weakest indice. So semis had a nice big bounce. They're trying to push back up. All right, the markets are trending up here, trying to push back up. Tesla, I'm not going to short at the gap fill because we've been consolidating right above that. I'm looking at 243.39, the pre-market high. 243.39. Amazon's still weak. Qs are still trying to pop. Semis are trying to pop. NVIDIA is trying to pop. S&P is struggling at that double top high. Let's keep Tesla on watch as well. Qs are still struggling here. Tesla's popping. One more little pop in Tesla and we can short it. Add to our short. So I'm looking at the 243.39 area. 243.39. All right, the Qs are pushing up here some more. NVIDIA, S&P, surging new high of day. Still hasn't taken out that pre-market. IWM's pushing up some more. QQQ, I'm going to add at 387.25. 387.25. Tesla just hit that 243 level. I'm waiting though. I did not get filled yet. I'll let you know. One on Tesla. Brings this average up to 241.30. That's a half a position. Qs are still pushing up. Russell's coming up into the daily 200 MA. NVIDIA's still climbing. Tesla's still climbing. Russell's approaching that, IWM's approaching that daily 200. Get ready. Tesla's coming in now sharply off that level. NVIDIA. Dollar softening, which is why these markets are taking full advantage of the climb. Hey Elsa, you're shorting ES minis, S&P at 4387.23. Hold. It's just a matter of your risk, how much you're willing to risk. Can you add? Can you maneuver? All right, I just added to the Qs at 387.23. 387.23. It brings my average up to 380 to NVIDIA at. So it just brings my average up. I'm still looking at the next short level on the Qs is going to be the double top at around 387.63-ish. Actually 243.80. 123. NVIDIA is still climbing. Tesla's still climbing. Microsoft's still climbing. Amazon's still weak though. Weighing a bit on the Q. What a push. Still watching the Russell on the short side. Still holding. So QQQ is coming down a little bit now, ever so slightly. SPY's potentially reversing. All right, Qs are seeing a little slightly out of the money on the Qs and out of the money on Tesla. But we still have maneuverability on Tesla. So SPY's. So NVIDIA is starting to falter as well, getting rejected at the 1 minute EMA 113. Work Qs, so now Qs are starting to sell as well. The Russell's still holding. S&P, a little bit of a lower high potential on Microsoft. Still watching Tesla, in the money on NVIDIA. Bouncing, hitting support. If you can hold this, you could move up and test high of day. But if you lose this area, you're going to probably break this bear flag. NVIDIA, potential lower high still forming in Microsoft. It's starting to come in on the 10-minute chart, but Apple's rallying a little bit, so it's kind of negating each other. IWM, I'm shorting IWM up here. It's hitting that daily 200. I got filled at 181.20. 181.20. We're a couple pennies shy, but we are short position. It's even going a little bit higher right now. Mega caps. So we shorted the Russell all the way pretty much near the highs. We are in the money nicely. IWM, look at this pullback coming on the IWM. Qs were deep in the money. Qs about to break that bear flag pattern. Let's keep holding. We're going to keep holding these shorts. Lots of room to the downside. Here we go. I think we're going to get a flusher because Apple's starting to reverse, Microsoft's starting to reverse, Amazon new low of day. We just need Tesla and NVIDIA pretty much to start giving up. And then if small caps lose any bit of momentum, Qs are breaking the bear flag. All right, we're nicely. Let's go, let's go, let's go. QQQ. We're rocking and rolling. Qs were deep in the money. NVIDIA were nicely in the money. Russell's still strong. The Russell is still strong right now. All right, I'm putting a stop loss on the Qs at 386.93. It's in the money by about 6B. 181.95-ish. Right around this daily 100 MA. QQQ right at the low end of the bear flag. We'll see if it holds. IWM going for another high of day test. Negative divergence. Look at this move on the Russell. So luckily it's only a 1/4 entry on the Russell. Next ad level's all the way up here at 181.94. NVIDIA is still looking a little fragile. Qs are still the weaker indice. Russell's up 1.6, Qs are down 0.35. Tesla's going for a new high of day. Testing pre-market high at 2. Semis are still trying to hold on. Tesla's getting some news, some volume. Energy Department giving a budget. All right, we're coming up on, it is breaching that. You have a rising wedge pattern. Third entry, 243.80, get ready. The IWM still pushing. We're still in that bear flag zone on the Qs. So as long as the Qs are putting in bearish consolidation, it should take this market a little bit low. This level, 844, long the SOXS, 844, long the SOXS. That's a semiconductor short. Long SOXS at 844. QQQ, potential lower high. Definitely diverging from the S&P and the Russell. The Russell's remaining strong. So we're short NVIDIA, which we're slightly in the money. Tesla I just added 243.84. 243.84. That's our third entry on Tesla. It brings my average up to 242.49. So we're slightly. Putting in that bearish consolidation. This bear flag could break lower. It's a lower high in place. Will we take out this low and this low? The money on NVIDIA, we're holding at 492.98. It is coming down, 491.56. Hopefully we get this bear flag break and it should help all of our shorts, our Tesla, our NVIDIA, our Qs. Here comes the bearish break. QQQ bear flag is being tested right now. NVIDIA is falling at 491, so we're $1.98 in the money. I am going to move a stop loss on NVIDIA. 492.36 in the money stop on NVIDIA. 492.36. Potential head and shoulders break on NVIDIA, which is why the Qs are so weak, along with Microsoft. So Microsoft and NVIDIA are really weighing in on the Qs today. Apple and Tesla are still holding strong, but you have Amazon also weak. You have Google also starting to sell off. IWM still holding strong. All right, I'm moving it to now 491.98. So locking in $1 per share. The Russell's still climbing. Tesla's still looking strong. Amazon's still looking weak. NVIDIA could be forming a little bit of a right shoulder if it bounces to form a little bit of an intraday. But we are protecting the trade. QQ back up now. Still in the bear flag channel. Still in the bear flag channel. Tesla's pushing up. Our last entry is coming up here. Our last entry on Tesla is coming up. All right, we got stopped out on NVIDIA here. 491.98 for $1 gain per share. And I'm about to short it again. I shorted it here at 492.26. 492.26. Holding short. Tesla's approaching that 244.66 level at this double top. IWM still grinding and pushing. 10-minute topping tail on the SPY. We did get a 10-minute topping tail on the SPY. You have not closed above it. You're getting a good size retrace. Still holding IWM short, NVIDIA, Tesla, and Qs. I'm seeing some weakness creeping into AVGO, which is Broadcom Inc., the biggest weighting in this SMH. Tesla's up now 2.85%. Tesla, Apple weakness creeping in now. If those two stocks give it up, then the Qs are really going to falter. Our Qs are falling now, so shoulders forming gets triggered to the downside, or if we negate it. Apple's moving up. So IWM's up 1.6%. Yields are still near the high of the session. Dollar's cooled off a little bit. IWM is starting to see some selling. NVIDIA is trying to put in a little bit of a flag pattern. We'll see if it creates a right shoulder to move higher. S&P is pushing up. Qs are trying to push up as well. Qs are at the top of that bear flag. Oil's trying to bounce here, doing a back retest. Actually, potentially like oil on the long side, coming up very soon. We may see a rotation trade into energy. Tradingcapital.ca. Tesla's about to tap our last entry. We just hit it, 244.67. That's our last entry on Tesla. So it brings my average up to that pre-market high, 243.46. Push up, NVDA is selling. So we added to Tesla at 244.66. It's above that level now. That was our final entry. A little bit of negative divergence forming on Tesla, but it doesn't mean it can't go higher. IWM's falling sharply here. IWM is falling sharply, so we're in the money on the IWM. It's a nice little candle down on the IWM. Tesla's squeezing up here. Q's squeezing. NVIDIA's starting to push up. Q's are starting to push up as the Russell takes a breather. We're about to see some more downside. This could be a 10-minute engulfing on the Russell. Time will tell. But again, the Russell's been the strongest sector. Will we start to see money rotate out of the Russell back into Q's, or are we going to see more of a sell-off, or are we just going to see a sideways chop? A couple different outcomes here. Qs are testing a big resistance trend line right now. QQQ is trying to break out. SPY is trying to make a new high of day. So now we got to be very, very careful here with NVIDIA. QQQ is pushing. Apple's pushing to the high of this session, so that's what's lifting the Qs out of this little bit of a funk here. So Tesla's still moving higher here. Apple's pushing for high of day. Testing pre-market high on Apple. So Qs are trying to break out here. Qs are trying to break out here. You're making a little bit of a higher high, testing the high of day. Next ad level on the Qs, I will short it at 387.64. 387.64. Even NVIDIA is trying to surge now. IWM is falling. So it looks like some money is rotating out of small caps into the Qs. We could be making that high of day test on the SPY. We'll see. AVGO is pushing, so that's going to help the semiconductors move higher. Apple new high of day. All right, I'm about to add to my Qs, 387.64, 387.64. I just got filled at 387.64 on the Qs. Brings my average up to 387.34. That's a 3/4 position. We have one more entry on the Qs, one more entry on the QQQ short side, which let me just figure this level out. Our average is 387. Amazon's still weak though. Oops, QQQ. I'll adjust that to moving target, so I'll adjust that as the trend line slopes up. Alright, Qs are coming in a little bit here, seeing some sellers stepping in. Apple's still strong. NVIDIA could be still carving out that right shoulder, so just be careful. Just be careful here. And like this could still, even though we made a new high of day, we didn't close, so that could be a failed breakout, and we still could be inside this bear flag channel here. This is all still inside bearish price action. So 387.34 is our average on the Qs after we added at the high of day there. Pretty much right at that double top. Tesla and NVIDIA, we're still short NVIDIA, we're break even. I'm still long the SOXS, which is short semis at 844, 6 cents out of the money. QQQ, we're still slightly out of the money. Tesla, we're out of the money slightly. Apple's surging, new high of day, looking for a 189.75 gap fill, it seems. So Tesla's up the market. Surging, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is starting to curl over, so this Tesla's continuing on NVIDIA. But it's really going to need to see this market weakness creep in on Apple and Tesla. So we're still holding short on Qs, still holding short on NVIDIA, still holding short on the Russell and Tesla. Amazon new low of day. It's very rare for Amazon to diverge this much. AMD is still negative on the session. Here comes NVIDIA rolling heavy. This head and shoulders may trigger. Watch this head and shoulders. That would imply a drop of about another 1.2% from current levels. NVIDIA is down on the session. All dip come in. Here come the Qs selling. Apple's pulling off from the highs now. So is Tesla. Qs are testing the breakout trend line. NVIDIA is testing the neckline. So far bouncing at this point in time. I'm putting a in-the-money stop on NVIDIA, just a slight one at 492. 492 stop on NVIDIA, in the money by about 26 cents. All right, I want to see this level break on NVIDIA. I want to see it break, and it should help the Qs fall a little bit. Potential, you're still short. Qs are getting a bounce. Obviously, NVIDIA is getting a bounce off that neckline. Tesla new high. Apple also trying to push up for a new high. We'll see if it's my stop now. Nice flush. This is beautiful. This is beautiful flush. Downside target 486, and I think we could even go lower. You have a gap fill sitting at, let me just do the quick math. Still have that gap fill on NVIDIA. Right around that 486.14 area. But really, there's only decent level of support that I see on NVIDIA. It's down at 476, the other pivot high. Whoa, big bounce. Big bounce. All right, we got stopped out, but I am looking to short it again on a little bit of a retrace. What was that? That was insane. What an insane wick. What an entry. I find that Microsoft's making a new low of day test. IWM surging up here. So this head and shoulder is still intact, but it never ever triggered because you never got a close below. That was like such a fast wick. All right, Tesla's starting to weaken up a little bit. We're in the money on our QQQ short, still watching that closely. I'm adding to my Russell short here, 181.65. 181.65. Just added to Russell. That brings our average up to 181.44. Popping. All right, I'm about to add to NVIDIA. If it tests the 493 area, 493, 310, 493.10 on NVIDIA. So it brings the average up. IWM. All right, big drop coming in the SPY and the Qs here. SPY and the Qs. So we're still holding Tesla short, a Russell short out of the money. All right, we're in the money now on NVIDIA again. Microsoft selling harder now. It's going to weigh in on the Qs. Now negative by 0.46%, diverging from the market. So we're short NVIDIA, we're short Tesla still, which we're out of the money on Tesla. And we're shorting the Qs, which are nicely in the money now. QQQ averages 387.34. We're 30 cents in the money. We're flat on the Russell trade. We are flat on the Russell trade. All right, I'm moving a break even, in the money stop at 387.26 on the Qs because we are flushing. 387.20. Tesla's falling a lot sharper now. Amazon's about to hit a technical gap fill. It's a few cents or dollars away here. All right, IWM's flushing, Q's flushing. So now semis are trying to act okay, like NVDA. 10-minute topping tail hammer candle on Apple. Ooh, big flush drops down on the QQQ downside. IWM still selling off here. NVIDIA is acting okay. Microsoft, Apple getting a small bounce. All right, the Russell target is around 180.55. 180.55. That's where I think we should see some downside. So we're still holding our QQQ short here. We're nicely in the money. Still holding shorts. Got short. NVIDIA short. Qs, if we break this channel, I do like to short it again. So we got stopped out there. Stopped out there. All right, I'm picking up some more QQQ shorts if we get one more little pop. If you're still here, Casey, watch out for that lower high on Dash. All right, I just added to the QQQ short 387.16. 387.16. 1/4 entry. So Apple's still moving to the high side. IWM's getting a bounce. So Apple just made a new high of day. We'll see if it wants to push to the 189.75 gap fill. QQQ is pushing up a little bit, so is NVIDIA. We're still holding short the Qs, the IWM, NVIDIA, and Tesla. We'll see if markets get rejected off this NVIDIA level. QQQ is still trying to push. SPY is really fighting this level here. There's an upsloping trend line that I'm watching very, very closely. All right, Qs are looking to come down a little bit more now. Potential lower high on Tesla. IWM also triggering NVIDIA's. Still short the Qs at 387.16. We're still short NVDA and Tesla and the Russell. Russell, we're nicely in the money. The Russell's about to fall sharply off a cliff here. Head and shoulder formation also triggering as we speak. Downside target off this head and shoulders, which just triggered, is 242. 242. Let's see if the Russell and the Qs can get more downside. Apple's starting to come in. Microsoft's holding though. And so is NVIDIA. We are seeing some downside. Qs, IWM were nicely in the money. S&P triggered a head and shoulders, breaking the neckline as we speak. Hasn't got the 1 minute Russell. We're a whole 47 cents in the money and climbing. This is very good. This is very good. We could also see a flush all the way down to this 170. We're in the money on NVIDIA. We're in the money on our Qs. We're in the money on our Russell. Russell, I'm putting a in the money stop loss at 181.28. You know what? Actually, 181.24. Protecting it by 20 cents. So this is shaping up to be a really nice trade. A really, really nice, profitable one. Potential 10-minute topping tail on Apple after we got a 10-minute hanging man candle. That's typically bearish. All right, watch this Russell flush. It's looking like it's taking another leg lower here. It's losing all of the key moving averages. We're about to see some downside in the Russell. And the S&P is putting in a 1 minute bear flag below the neckline of the head and shoulders. Head and shoulders target on the 1 minute chart of the S&P takes us down to, just give me a second. Takes us down to about 450 even. 450 even. All right, Russell's flushing. Let's move our stop on the Russell, the IWM, down to 181.14. 181.14. NVIDIA is starting to move. NVIDIA is also, so 30 cents in the money. Come on, let's see if we can get a pop. Or a drop, sorry. A drop in Tesla, a drop in NVIDIA would be helpful on a Q short. All right, Russell's still falling. I'm moving it now down to 181, 44 cents in the money on the Russell. 181 stop. 181 stop. 181 stop. I'm going to cover half of my Russell short at 180.60. 180.60. That's the target. 180.60. I will cover half of my short. All right, markets are bouncing. Tesla's getting a bounce. That's the one that's our most pain trade right now is Tesla. Qs are still seeing some more is being negated as of now. We did get a 5 minute hammer candle. Qs were flat. Apples are getting a bid here off of the short-term 5 minute 7 simple moving average. But we're deep in the money on our Russell, which is about to stop us out momentarily here. Still in it though. Nice 40-cent gain per share. We're still short NVDA. We're still short the Qs. And we're still short Tesla. Amazon's looking very, very weak. Watch Amazon. Keep Amazon on radar for a long trade. All right, Russell did not stop us out. We're still in it. Tesla's, though, moving higher. Tesla is moving higher. All right, NVIDIA is starting to see some potential more selling pressure. It still is weird that it didn't break that head and shoulders. Qs are pushing up heavy here. Qs are pushing up heavy. Big push on the Qs. That was Apple. Apple made a new high of day. That was all Apple and Tesla. Apple and Tesla did that big push up in the Qs. Russell's still at our stop level, still below our stop level. I will add to the Q short at 387.74. High of day on the Qs. I'll add to my short 387.84. So keep that on watch. This market's going to stay buoyant as long as Apple stays buoyant. Apple's making highs of day. Qs are coming down. We're below the pre-market low on NVIDIA. We're also below the EMA 113, which typically is bearish. We keep getting rejected on NVIDIA at the EMA 113, but if you look at the Qs, we're above the EMA 113 on the 1 minute. Also on the Russell, we're above the EMA 113. So mixed bag here, divergence, big divergence occurring. All right, more weakness creeping into the semis. Just be patient with this market. I think we're going to see a flush. There might be a late flush. Margin calls typically finish at 1 p.m. and it's sucking in new money. But there's a lot of margin calls after this big run up in the indices and tech space. All right, let's see if we can get a drop here. Russell's trying to put in a little bit of a lower high here. Sorry, higher low. One on the Russell. We're break even on Qs. We're in the money on NVIDIA. We're out of the money on Tesla. But this market has truly been absolutely resilient. Amazon's faltering a little bit more now. All right, the IWM stopped us out there at 181 for a 44-cent gain per a share. A retrace to this neckline could be a shorting opportunity. So I'm watching this IWM retrace. I'm watching a retrace to the neckline. So we got stopped out for 44 cents on the IWM. Still think it's a short, but let's just see if we can get a new tag, a new entry. Rolling down, SPY is starting to roll a little bit as well. We'll see if it can this area. All right, so SPY new head and shoulders target is a little bit lower now if it triggers the neckline. 449.83. Qs are coming in. Russell's falling. The Russell's about to trigger an even bigger head and shoulders target. We take out this low on the Russell, it's a short. The low is sitting at potentially make a right shoulder. You're really going to need Apple to weaken. Five-minute hanging man on the QQQ. There is a head and shoulders at play on the Qs. Qs are now in the money on the short. I can see a potential downside target on the Qs at 385.80 now if we trigger the neckline. It's a big if. All right, markets are faltering here a little bit. Still a lot of gaps below. Qs are getting a bounce, so that head and shoulders has not triggered yet, but we're getting close. We're getting close. NVIDIA is still trying to curl to the upside, still finding rejection and resistance at that EMA 113 on the 1 minute chart. It's testing that area now, trying to get a close above it. We'll see if it can do it. All right, so QQQ is starting to curl. NVIDIA is starting to push up as well. IWM bouncing off the neckline. SPY bouncing off the neckline. All right, NVIDIA is trying to close above that EMA 113. So Apple's selling off a little bit, whereas NVIDIA is now trying to pump up a little bit. Tesla's trying to pump up. Markets are still acting resilient. Not too much selling is occurring. Tesla's pushing up. NVIDIA's on watch. QQQ's rolling heavy now. Rolling heavy. IWM starting to curl, potentially losing that triggering. All right, I'm going short the IWM here at 180.80. 180.80. $180.80 short IWM. Still holding Q short or flat. Still holding Tesla and NVIDIA as well. IWM's triggering that larger head and shoulders target. IWM new target takes you down to about 974. IWM new target. We are short. It's triggering a head and shoulders on the 1 minute and 2 minute. Q's starting to roll over. Watch for a break of the neckline on SPY around 450.60. We get a close below that neckline. We have a new downside target. It's looking a little bit vulnerable to some downside here. The markets are starting to see Some selling in Apple, which has been a market leader today, as well as Tesla. Amazon's trying to bounce. Semiconductors are still a little bit weak today, despite the SMH actually being positive by 0.5%. You have the two leaders, AMD and NVDA, showing signs of sellers, which may lead to an indication of more selling later. Yields are trying to pop back up. The 10-year yield is at 1.84%. The DXY is trying to curl. It did pull off the high quite substantially. The high of the day was around 140.51, dropped down to 104.20, which is why the markets haven't really sold that much. Tesla's triggering a potential head and shoulders. It hasn't broken the neckline, but it's very, very close to doing so. Lots of little head and shoulders in place. So we're short the Russell in the money by about 20 cents. We're shorting the Qs at 387.16. And we're also having NVIDIA short, which we're flat on. Tesla short slightly out of the money. And an SOXS trade. We have an XOSS to falter a little bit. Again, this bear flag here, now we're creating a little bit, was a big support zone that sent us making new highs on the session. All right, Russell's breaking. We're in the money nicely on the Russell. Russell hitting the 1-minute EMA 113, acting as support to trigger a head and shoulders. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's been one of the stronger mega caps of the session. See Tesla performing so well. So this is the trend line I'm watching on the Tesla chart. If you break this, you have your lower high in place if you're on the brink of it triggering. But we have Qs were flat. Russell were in the money. I am going to probably protect my Russell trade in case we get a bounce, since we did fulfill one little downside target. The Dixie's starting to get a pop. 10-year yield's getting a big pop. So this should be where the markets break down. One of the reasons the Russell's breaking down is the yield. The 10-year yield just got a big 5-minute candle pop. It's up 2%. Another gap up. All right, Russell's falling. I am lowering my stop loss on the Russell to 180.69. 180.69. Tesla's still hanging on. I'm seeing semis roll over. The Russell's falling sharply. Look at this Russell sell-off. This is because yields are popping to the high side along with the dollar. The SPY has triggered a head and shoulders. Big flush coming in the SPY. Here we go. 180.56. 180.56. I'm moving it down to 180.38 now. 180.38 on the IWM. 180.38. All right, I'm covering half of my Russell short around 179.73. Big QQQ breakdown. Tesla's still holding up, about to trigger that neckline, but we're waiting. We're still bouncing. Yields are still up. Getting a little bit of support here. Here we go. Just triggered. Head and shoulders on the SPY has triggered. Head and shoulders on the QQQ has triggered. Lots of head and shoulders here. Head and shoulders on the Russell has triggered. Get ready to cover the Russell, give or take. We will do a fast cover. I'm lowering my stop on the Russell to 180.35. 180.35. Yields are still pushing. We're nicely in the money. We're nicely in the money. Let's go. Tesla's still triggering that head and shoulders as well. Finding some, still putting a little bit of a moment. We have a stop loss. I'm adjusting. All right, the Qs are flushing. Protect the QQQ trade. Protect the QQQ trade with an in-the-money stop sitting at 386.94. SPY's almost at the downside target today. It's still got more room to flush because why? Tesla's triggered a head and shoulders. NVIDIA's about to. It's hanging on by a thread. QQQ has triggered. We're starting to see the market flush here. Get ready to cover the Russell. I'm covering half the Russell down here, 170. Okay, so we have a stop. Manage our Tesla position. Since it's a full Tesla position, we're basically break even at the level. So we've closed quite a few winners today again in the day trading session, and we're still holding an NVIDIA short, a Q short, and a Tesla short with a little bit on the IWM chart, okay? So the Q's, Tesla's still looking a little weak here. We are basically flat on our Tesla position. I still have a downside target of 241 on Tesla. 241. All right, I'm moving my IWM stop down to 180.15. This is the runners, 180.15. We're leaving runners. We're leaving runners. Consolidation, high pivot resistance. All right, new high of day at 4.553%. Basically recapturing now half of yesterday's move to the yields climbing back up. Why that has occurred in the markets? Or maybe there's just no bid for the underlying. It means yields have to go higher. All right, we're in the money on our Tesla. We're in the money on our 86.29. This is a big level on the Qs. 29 here. We're even in the money more down. Run up still positive by 3. That's going to help this market 1% so far. Q my IWM stop down to 180.80. 180.80 at 42.67 for 72-cent gain. I am out of Tesla here. 242.67 now. Or sorry, we're out of Tesla. We're going to short if we get a pop to 243.39. We can short the pop on Tesla now. But QQQ, we're nicely in the money on our position. I'm actually going to lower my stop to in the money, 386.72. Qs still have more downside in my opinion. I think gap fill is very likely, especially if Apple starts to break here. Apple definitely putting in a lower high. Apple did put in a lower high. Tesla's another short if we get another pop. If Tesla gets a pop to 243.39, I will be calling out another short. Or a tap of the EMA 113 on the 1 minute. That's the short. Since we close below it, we likely retest it, and then we can short it. But Qs are looking more vulnerable. We got a 2-minute close. 86.29 is pre-market low. And I'm still seeing a lot of weakness creeping into Apple now and NVDA. If NVIDIA breaks, we're going to see this gap fill. So this pre-market low on the Qs has been breached. Watch that stop. We're shorting all the way from up here. NVIDIA's breaking, triggering a head and shoulders. Let's go. Here we go. Semis are starting to weaken. The SOXS is catching a bid. I think the Qs will likely get a retest of the EMA 113. But if we get rejected at this pre-market high, that's very dangerous. So we could see a big pop here. This is a big gamma level. Qs are bouncing here. Qs are bouncing, recapturing that pre-market low. They are recapturing that pre-market low. Qs are bouncing big. IWM is bouncing. SPY is bouncing. We have an in-the-money stop at 386.72 on the Qs. 386.72 in-the-money stop on the Qs. All right, Tesla, I'm picking up Tesla shorts here. 243.46. 240 Tesla, 243.46. Tesla on the short side at 240. All right, NVIDIA is getting a bounce. So is Apple. Apple's getting Microsoft's pushing up now. Microsoft is pushing up. That's going to help the Qs. That's certainly going to help the Qs. And I'm back in Tesla on the short side at 243.46. Dollar's still trying to push up a little bit. bearish wedge pattern has broken on NVIDIA. We are in the money deeply on NVIDIA. I am actually going to be lowering my stop loss to in the money on NVIDIA, 490.61. A couple dollars guaranteed on that trade. We have an in the money stop loss on the Qs at 386.36. Look at this break on NVIDIA. So my stop loss on NVIDIA is 490.61. 490.61. Let's just adjust this. 490.61 on NVIDIA. So we're protecting it. QQQ is still looking a little bit weak. SPY is also looking weak. Russell's about to make a low. Qs are hitting the downside target of the head and shoulders, but I think there's more. All right, I'm putting an in-the-money stop on Tesla. My Tesla in-the-money stop is at 243.22. Look at this breakdown. Look at this breakdown. Look at this move coming in. This is a thing of beauty. This is what we've been waiting for, and the markets are still green. That's the crazy thing. The indices, all indices are still green today, so it just shows you that there could be a lot of selling that could still commence today. And the signals were semiconductors, likes of NVIDIA, leading stock being pretty much weak all day. All right, Tesla, I'm moving my stop down to the wick low at 242.57. We're locking in gains. I don't know what you've been doing. At tradingcapital.ca, where you can check out my Discord service through my Discord. Definitely check it out. All right, QQQ, NVIDIA, I'm going to adjust my stop down. I'm actually going to cover some NVIDIA here. I'm covering some NVIDIA here at 488 here. If anybody wants to get in touch with me in my Discord service, check out my website, tradingcapital.ca. I also have Twitter, Trading1Capital. Day. What a day. Tesla, we're in the money nicely. Tesla, we're still short at 243.46. We're in the money by a couple dollars. Stop losses at 242.57. I think the Qs still fill this gap. SMH is rolling heavy. I'm going to cover my Tesla short at 241.65. We're coming up into this area now. We are coming up into the Tesla now. This is now going to be the next. SPY still seeing a lot of selling. SMH is still positive on the session despite AMD and NVIDIA being negative. And there is a long trade setup approaching. All right, I'm covering my Tesla short very, very soon. All right, I'm covering down here, 241.97, 241.97. It's a full cover. It's a full cover on Tesla, 241.97. 241.97. I just covered my full Tesla short. And those are the only two positions. And SOXS, I forgot about this one, guys. We do have this SOXS, which is in the money. I think that there's more. I think there's more in the tank of SOXS. So the SMH is continuing. We are long the SOXS at 844. And I want to put a break-even stop, an in-the-money stop at 847. Okay? SOXS, I want to let it run, and we're long at 844. Of an uptick here. We may get a little bit of an uptick. I'm still holding QQQ short 380. Here comes the next wave of selling. Yields are still putting in bullish consumer yield. Can retrace. Let me just get up my daily chart. I think the 10-year yield still retraces all the way back up to 4.6% and maybe even higher. And guys, we're going to probably play Amazon on the long side. IWM looking like it wants to head lower. Selling in the semis. We're going to keep the Qs up. Tesla's seeing more downside, so is NVIDIA. Apple's breaking a bear flag. It's very, very close to doing so. Thanks, Elsa. But yeah, if you want to get in touch with me, check out my website. You can message me on Twitter. I'm on YouTube as well. Trading Capital Inc. My Twitter I'll put in the comments below. Trading One is on the page here. I'll put it in the So I actually post daily analysis videos, weekly NVDA short as well, down to that 486. I can see that 486 level hitting. And there's a potential hourly head and shoulders, or you can even see it. SPY's trying to get a little bit of a QQQ's getting a bit of a bounce here. Still holding runners on NVIDIA. On the other half, same thing with the Qs. I still have a 386.15. And I am looking at an Amazon long, just because it's the more beaten down name. Just want to confirm a few things before. NVIDIA, new low of day on NVIDIA. Qs are putting in. So there's a big ticker, CISO, microcap. It's surging up here on some Microsoft news. Watch that one for a play. We're watching that 12.5-cent break. It's super, super risky. This one I see a gap fill all the way to 15 cents, maybe more. But I'm looking at CISO on the long side. Oof, this one could squeeze. NVIDIA is looking to attack a new low. Microsoft's curling down. QQQ bear flag about to break. Oof, big drop coming in the Qs. Bear flag forming. Go negative, this market's really going to be in trouble. If you have been banking with us, please give this video a like. Please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please check out my website. Like I said, I have swing trade healthy and sustainable. And I'm honestly, we're starting to hit the point where maybe the Fed is done tightening, which is why markets have started to front run this pop. But you still look at small caps, they're really, really weak despite the recent surge. You look at the valuations of some of these mega cap companies, they're absolute lunacies, higher than the tech bubbles of the past. Not saying they can't go higher, but historically speaking, once the Fed does start to lower or actually pause and cut those rates, that's when we see equities really start to sell off. Obviously, NVIDIA earnings are going up. All right, so Amazon, I'm looking at a long trade here. Still just waiting for it to hit the correct gap fill level that it's approaching. It certainly is approaching it. A little bit of a divergence forming on Amazon, but I'm waiting for the Qs to hit the target that I have in mind. So Amazon long, I'm looking at an Amazon long. It's not ready yet because the Qs are putting in some bearish consolidation. There's obviously a gap fill at around that 142.58. That's going to be a big spot that people are looking at. I like it a little bit lower, to be honest, especially if the indices break down. Amazon's been weak all day. So a nice bearish flag. And what's interesting about this bear flag is it's happening right over the gap. So most people are sitting at this gap fill waiting to buy. And I actually pop up here, Amazon small pop as well. Just trying to isolate down my exact mathematical number based off of this recent move today in Amazon. It's always more difficult when when a stock is weak and diverging from the markets. All right, the Qs are trying to pop. The dollar and yields are trying to take a small breather here. A little bit of a potential buy program coming in Amazon. So is the S&P and the Qs. We're still holding our QQQ short with runners. We haven't got stopped out yet. That 386.15 stop loss is being tagged, but we haven't closed above it yet on the 1 minute chart. But I am looking at some longs here. We're almost ready for some longs. We are looking at long trades on Amazon. Once if the Qs break this little bit of a bear flag, we will be looking to short NVDA, which are deep in the money. We took half of the profits off the table. We have a hard stop at 490.15, so protecting about a couple dollars in the money. Still short the Qs all the way from this 387.15 area with a stop right at this 386.15 area. But be careful, we're waiting on Amazon. SPY's coming down again. Here comes the SP. All right, so we're getting a positive divergence on Amazon. I'm just keeping the Q chart up because I'm watching Amazon on my other screen. We're getting a positive divergence on Amazon, but we want to see Amazon make a new low on the RSI, on the price action, and then a little bit of a higher high on the RSI, which is forming right now. So get ready on Amazon. I'm going to call it out. Amazon levels looking at around 142.58. Give or take a few pennies. I will call out my exact entry once I take it. SPY is still above the pre-market low. So SPY is relatively holding up better than the Qs. Come on, hopefully we can get a flusher. All right, Qs are breaking down. Amazon still needs to come a little bit lower. Let's just be patient. Let's just be patient. Q's bear flag is about to break down here. QQQ. We're still short. A lot of people are sitting there. As we slice through the gap, we're waiting at this low pivot, and we have an upsloping trend line. Divergence. All right, and NVIDIA short, I'm going to lower my stop now down to 488.99. So we're locking in even more profits. We're locking in even more. So our NVIDIA trade now, we're locking in at least $3.43 per share. I still have 100 shares left on runners, common shares. And I'm looking at, this is going to be a 1/3 position. I'm going into Amazon with about entries, 20,000 lots. All right, Apple is menu to sell. NVIDIA is almost at the downside target. I'm still watching that one very, very closely. AVGO just went negative. The largest weighting in the semiconductor ETF just went negative. We're still holding our SOXS long trade. SOXS long trade. That's a 3 times semiconductor short. All right, Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce. So is Amazon. NVIDIA hitting some support right now. As get ready, guys. There's going to be an opportunity here for a big bounce, I think, in the markets. A big bounce. Here comes a Q bounce. I'm not in yet. I'm still waiting patiently. The SPY is bouncing because it's hitting pre-market low. So SPY is holding because it's hitting pre-market low. There's still more downside in my opinion. So my QQQ stop is still at that same 386.15. My NVIDIA stop is at 488.89. Sorry, 488.99. We're getting a little bit of a bounce here in the markets. That's all because of the S&P is hitting support at the daily pre-market low. QQQ is still below pre-market low. So notice the divergence. Weak mega cap tech today. And Casey, if you're still in the chat, that dash chart, we watched out for that lower high, and again, you're still technically okay right now for the breakout, but you get a close below that high pivot of around 93. I think it's around 93.20, 93.21. Then you could see a bigger move down in the dash chart. But right now, it's still technically okay. IWM is trying to bounce. The IWM chart is certainly lofty. I wouldn't be surprised if the IWM puts in a daily reverser hammer candle, which means that it still has a lot of room to the downside. Based off of the price action in the markets, and I'm seeing the dollar popping up here again, making another surge off of a 10-minute bull flag. So that means we're going to see more downside in this market, guys. Watch those yields, watch those dollars. The yields are at the high of the day. The dollar's pushing up now. Dollar is pushing up. All right, get ready for some opportunity here because we're about to make some money. We've been making money all day. All day. If you've been here from the beginning, we have closed every single trade today as a winner. We've taken 2 NVIDIA shorts with runners left. We've taken a Tesla short, 2 Tesla shorts with both closing for profit. We've taken 2 QQQ shorts. We've made profits. We took an S&P short. We made profit. We took an IWM short. We made profit. We took an SOXS short. We made profit. We're still in another XOS short, and we're in the money deeply. We're still in a QQQ short. We're in the money deeply. All these shorts, guess what? It's almost time to take a long. So please check out my website, tradingcapital.ca, where I have a Discord live trading alerts to all my members. I post a daily analysis video. I cover stocks, commodities, crypto, small. All right, so on my SOXS trade, the semiconductor short, I'm moving my stop up to 850. Hard stop, 850. 6 cent in the money protection. QQQ, we still have a hard stop at 386.15. NVIDIA stop is at 488.99. So big protection on the trades. I'm looking at an Amazon long. I've been touting this, calling this out. I'm looking at an Amazon long. I may even look at a dash trade, DASH, on the long side, since one of our viewers likes and is in that position. On the ups that I haven't brought to your attention, please put it in the comments. I'm happy to take a look, give you my perspective. It never hurts to get another opinion on the markets. And if you think my Amazon level is wrong at around 142.50-ish, 142.58-ish, give or take, put that in the comments. I'm happy to hear a counter opinion because that's what makes us better. We're all here up against the institutions, up against bigger sharks swimming in the sea of stock market money. And we're all just here trying to make a future money and build a healthier portfolio so that we can retire, so we can build a healthier family, whatever it may be. We all have goals and desires and dreams. We just need to trade smartly, patiently, and trust the technical levels. All right, so I'm seeing this NVDA chart, okay? Impeccable. All right, so I'm going to the 30-minute chart on NVIDIA. New low regardless of what transpires. Amazon, we're almost ready for the long trade. Just get ready. I will call it out very, very quickly. I'm pulling up this NVIDIA chart. Just bear with me. The stream is lagging on TradingView, so just bear with me. But it should be up momentarily. NVIDIA on the 30-minute chart is triggering a potential head and shoulders. Now, we haven't got the 30-minute close, and I suspect we won't get it quite yet. But watch that very, very closely. Qs are trying to bounce here. Still under pre-market lows. SPY is still above pre-market low. All right, so look at this chart on NVIDIA. Look at that. You can even see it better on the 20-minute. Even on a 10-minute chart. That's a big head and shoulders, guys. That's a really big head and shoulders. And again, NVIDIA's obviously been the king of charts for negating those head and shoulders patterns. But take a look at this. So you had your bearish wedge break. We'll just erase that. And now NVIDIA is really, really flushing. There we go. Look at this. Left shoulder, big M top head. Imagine we saw that today. That would still imply another move down of 2.5%, give or take. That's certainly in the realm of possibilities, but we just have to be patient. All right, so the Qs are trying to get a little bit of a bounce here through NVIDIA, but they're just selling it now. They are selling it now. So we're going to watch this. This is a 10-minute head and shoulders that has triggered on NVIDIA. 20-minute as well. 10-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute, whichever time frame you want to use. It has triggered. Big. Big. Look at this. Look at this, people. We're getting paid. Yeah. Okay. QQQ. Still triggering that bear flag. Get ready for Amazon. Get ready for Amazon. I'm going to pull up Amazon now because I want to show you. SPY is still above that pre-market high. IWM still holding positive. Qs are almost to the negative side. So obviously on the chart here of Amazon, we're approaching this gap fill. Whoops. Let me erase that. NVIDIA is catching a little bit of a bounce. Apple's bouncing, so it's lifting the Qs right now. Apple's bouncing, so it's lifting the Qs. Just watch this trend line very, very closely. And then there's two. There's a secondary support zone. So there's two. We're obviously dividing our position into three, but there's a couple support levels here. So we have three entries that I'm dividing Amazon in because it could slice through to three of these technical levels. So we want to build a position on this day trade. Okay. So that's the level one. Get ready on Amazon. We will be going long. We're still holding our QQQ short nicely in the money. We're still holding NVIDIA short, which is banking. Qs are getting a pop. Qs are getting pop. SPY is getting a pop. Amazon's still selling. Amazon, only thing, NVIDIA is getting a pop too. I'm not going to lie, NVIDIA is getting a pop. We want a new low on Amazon. We want the new low on Amazon to really emphasize that divergence. I may even take it before this technical level. Just all these trend lines again, just so we can see. So that gap fill sits around. So many people are watching this gap on Amazon. So many people. We don't want the gap though. We don't want the gap yet. We don't want the gap. Just a little bit lower than the gap. So the Qs are still selling. Amazon new low. Get ready on the long side. Get ready on the long side of Amazon. We're about to take a trade. Warning you. Get ready. The Qs are not at my target yet though, so that's the only thing that makes me skeptical, is that Amazon's going to hit that level, that gap fill. A lot of people are going to be piling in, but the Qs have not fulfilled my downside. I'm getting very, very close. Come on, a little bit more downside. We really wanted to hit this trend line. We really wanted to tag this trend line. I mean, it really depends on how you draw your trend line. Someone can argue it's hitting already, but I want these triple pivot supports. Come on. SPY's getting a big. We're still waiting. Let's see if we get another wave of selling. All right, Qs are getting a decent bounce here. We're still waiting on Amazon. It is catching a bid though. I do believe there's still one more little move down in the Tesla's getting a push. Apple's hitting some resistance. It'll be interesting. Apple has maybe a head and shoulders forming. Hasn't triggered yet, but it's developing a right shoulder on the 5-minute chart. And if that head and shoulders breaks on Apple, then that means a lot of time in this trading session. We're just going to wait here patiently. The downside target on Apple takes you to pre-market low, 187.41. So Qs are getting a push. Amazon's getting a push right before that gap fill. That's super unfortunate. That's okay though. It really is okay. So we're just waiting patiently. All right, so Amazon got a pretty big bounce there. We're watching the markets trying to push up here. It was mainly a bounce in Tesla and Apple that has occurred off of this area, but again, Apple could be forming that right shoulder on the 5-minute, which would be detrimental to the Qs and the SPY. The Russell is still the most strongest indice of the day. But NVIDIA is looking super weak, and that big head and shoulders pattern on the 10-minute, 20-minute chart is still valid. On the 10-minute chart, we pierced the neckline, and basically you got a big candle bounce on the 10-minute chart that got rejected. It was not able to close above the neckline on the 10 minutes. So therefore, big bounce. We were a few pennies away from actually getting filled. I still think there's a chance these indices have some more downside today, believe it or not. I think that the markets could actually go red today. And the QQQ is obviously the weaker indice today. So if you're looking at shorts, it's probably the main indice to focus on to try to gain those alpha opportunities. IWM certainly extended. I'm still holding my Q short 386.15. I'm actually going to step away momentarily, put my mic on mute. I'm still holding my NVIDIA short 487.69 hard stop. I have runners on that, and I have runners on the Qs. I'm still interested in Amazon long, but it now has to wait for the QQQ to hit my downside target. I do have an AMD level that I'm watching too on the long side, but it's not there yet. So I'm just going to grab something to eat really quickly and stay tuned. If any sudden big changes in the market happen, I will jump back on quickly if the trade setup happens while I'm eating some lunch. So stay tuned. I'm just going to put my mic on mute, and please give this video a like, and we'll see if we Quick trade alert, guys. I'm shorting Tesla here. I'm shorting Tesla 244.82. Short Tesla 244.82. That's a 1/4 position. 244.82. We got a neckline retrace to the head and shoulders that sent it down earlier. So it's a new trade setup. Short 244.82 Tesla. 244.82. 1/4 position. I still think Tesla can retest the low of day again, as I think the Qs are about to break down a little bit more. Apple, take a look at the Apple 5-minute chart. You have a head and shoulders that is testing the neckline now. You're holding, but it could break, so it should be a little bit vulnerable, especially that's what I think is going to take the Qs down to the next level. So Tesla short 244.82. Stop loss is going to be at 246.17. Stop loss 246, hard stop 246.17. Even though it's only a 1/4 position, I'd rather, if I get the break of this confirmation candle and lower high, I'd rather add more to the position on the way down, especially if the Qs start to falter. So basically the target on Tesla from where we entered, we're risking about, you know what, I'm actually going to adjust that stop loss to the neckline. If we get a close above the neckline, call it 2. Let me just see here. We're risking about 50 cents on the upside, and I think we can get a retest of the lows, so call it another about $3 to the downside, and it's already falling. It is already falling. So I'll show you the trade setup, TS a little bit more as well. Let me just I'm looking at the options flows, and there's a lot of bullish calls for the VIX. A lot of bullish flow for the VIX. Tons and tons of flow. So if anyone has an option service, please take a look at flow for the VIX. And I'm seeing all sorts of bullish flows. And it's not hedges from what I'm seeing. They're actually full-size position. A lot of they're primarily all bullish. So let me just let this Tesla chart load. I'm still interested in an Amazon long, but I still think it needs to flush to the technical level with the Qs. Qs are still below pre-market high and falling. Qs are still below pre-market high. NVDA short. Qs I got stopped out for a gain. I still think it goes lower, but that's why I picked Tesla, because I think Tesla's actually going to start to roll over here with the market. IWM looks like a bear up for me. IWM looks like a bear flag forming. So this is where we took Tesla. I didn't quite catch the retest, but enough said, we retested this little head and shoulders break. We're above pre-market. I think we are 44 in our pocket. So we are short 244.82 level. And basically the stop loss is at 245.31. But I'm going to use a 1-minute close above this neckline as the stop loss, or this 245.31, whichever one happens first. Qs are still trying to bounce a little bit here. On the 30-minute chart, NVIDIA is trying to recapture the neckline. On the 20-minute chart, it got rejected with an inside wick. All right, Tesla, let's see if we can get some downside on Tesla. Come on, Tesla. High, lower high, lower high. Will we take out this lower low, or this low over here? Keep Apple on watch too. Microsoft's breaking. Microsoft is breaking. I repeat, Microsoft is heading for yet again another sell-off. Apple's still remaining resilient, so it is holding up the market as of now. Amazon got a huge bounce off that technical level. That's so unfortunate. We just missed the trade, unfortunately. Anybody else in the chat see any opportunities? Trade setups, long, short? I'm open. Big pop. Let's see if there's a long entry. All right, I'm going to 72, 10 cents protection. You can do break even if you want to give it a little bit more room to run. Long trade, SNY. Let me just see if I can, there's a gap fill sitting at 46.51, so that would be a 51-cent move from current levels. NVIDIA's trying to shoulder on Apple. Lower. So NVIDIA just stopped me out on the second half, 776, so alright, we're seeing Apple starting to roll potentially here. This could be the break of that head and shoulder. Very tempted to short it. So, alright, Tesla's moving up to about. You can see that rejection off of that. Did get stopped though. We did get stopped. Alright, I'm going to look at an Apple short here. 188.95. 188.95 short Apple. Short Apple. AAPL 188.95. Short Apple. 188.95. Short Apple. Move to my screen here. I think Apple's the last hoorah for the Qs to really start to see some downside. I'm following. Hasn't triggered, but we're kind of doing a little front run. Alright, so 188.95 was our entry. Nice little gap down off that entry on Apple. And we can just see if we can let it run. Run to the downside. This should take the markets to its next leg lower. So we'll just watch Apple. If we get that trigger, I mean, we have a pretty big downside move that could occur in the Apple chart. Now, there's going to be some supports along the way, of course, with any movement. Stop loss on Apple is going to be this red trend line. 189.01. Close above that on a 1 minute basis. Apple's falling. Apple's falling. Here we go. Alpha, alpha, alpha. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Any view on Hershey, HSY? Yeah, sure. Let me take a look. Let me just... Alright, Apple's breaking. Apple is breaking. I'm going to let this run. I think there's room to run on the downside. Hershey, I was long Hershey actually a little bit ago, a few weeks ago. I think I sold when the consumer staples got a bounce. Picked up Hershey. I picked up a little bit of Coke. We might see a rotation trade into staples back into, from out of tech into staples. Wow, you see Tesla is still falling. A little bit of a rejection there. It's another short opportunity off this level. Tesla, I repeat, is another short here. And could it go high base? Let me actually pull up this now. Conductors are moving up again. So if I look at the daily chart of Hershey, and again, you think about the recent bounce that Hershey got, right? What just passed? Halloween. What consumption of probably the most candy in the world happened was Halloween. So we were falling precipitously into Halloween, which was kind of your big signal to go along. Now, Hershey's still oversold. I mean, look at this drop. Like, this drop is huge, right? So I expect at least a retrace to this pivot zone over here, 207. But we need to see some sort of consolidation. I would love to see a bull flag pattern on declining volume form here to go long. So if we got some sort of a pattern like this, my apologies, on lowering volume, I would probably buy the low end of the range to go long. Oh, I'm gonna go silent like QQQ is approaching that gap fill. Remember that consolidation above that gap is not going to prove to be a big bounce level in my opinion. I'm all right. We're getting paid on Apple. If you held Tesla, congratulations. You're up over 2.86 or $2.86 per share, and we're going lower in the money. Like that's scary. I'm seeing $40 VIX calls. Oh, yo, that comes to fruition, guys. Whew, where are we going to be? All right, so at this point in time now, we are deep in on our Apple trade. I am going to be moving my stop loss to 188.90. So I'm protecting it by 5 cents, and Apple is getting rejected off that pre-market high. So 188.81, sorry, 188.87 plus on Qs is in the money. I still have a long trade on Amazon. People, here we go. Bank. Are we getting a bounce on SPX? Soon, but not yet. Bounce probably comes in at around, I'm not on SPX, I'm on SPY, but I'm looking at SPY around maybe 448.30, 448.30. So I think we get a flusher, guys. Just be careful because we had a lot of bearish consolidation. Look at Apple going, moving my Apple stop loss down to 188.79. Tesla new. Oh, look at that Tesla short. Oh my God, look at the 142.90, 142.93 on Amazon. So Q's hit the target. We were watching Amazon all day. 142.93 long on Amazon. It's a starter position. Tesla short. Still holding a swing short on. All right, Amazon is bumping up. We're 10 cents in the money here. We're 10 cents in the money. Amazon is starting to bounce. SPY looking weak. QQQ breaching a pivotal area. I'm still short Apple, long Amazon. A little bit of a pairs trade there. A little bit of a pairs trade. Come on, people. Let's make some fucking money. Let's go. Sorry for my language, but I'm getting excited because we are banking fucking today. We are just printing cash. The amount of day trades we've done with 100% success today on every fucking trade. I'm sorry, it doesn't happen all the time. So when you win 100% of the time on your day trades, you better fucking celebrate. I'm telling you. Apple's still going. Apple's still going. I'm moving my Apple stop down a little bit more, 188.76, protecting the trade. Amazon, just be careful because if this market flushes here, come on, Amazon, get your fucking ass up there. Get up there. Get up. We're looking for a move on Amazon to about 143.25. Now, if the market starts breaking down, we're going to get the hell out. But I like it being long and short at the same time because it kind of gives you that hedge. NVDA 20-30 minute head and shoulders has triggered. No question. IWM is fading faster than fading so fast actually. Amazon's trying. SPY's weak. NVIDIA new low on NVIDIA. Apple's just getting fucking destroyed right now off that head and shoulders. Amazon's breaking. Okay, so the next ad level on Amazon is going to be that gap fill at 142.60. It's about 33 cents lower. So we'll just be patient. SPY is breaking down. SPY bounce level. I see a bounce more probably a 30 level. Qs are also fading fast here. This is going to hurt our Amazon trade, but we're still hedged by Apple. Apple's falling. All right, we're going to lower our Apple stop now down to 188.69. So we're nice in the money. 188.69. Bitcoin's pumping. Let's get it. Apple's getting a bounce here. NVIDIA is still fading. Tesla's still fading. If Apple and Tesla go red, that's going to be something. So we're still waiting on Amazon. We're long Amazon, slightly out of the money, but Apple's hedged us here. NVIDIA's hedged us. It's a 1/3 position on Amazon. I will add to it at that 142.59 area. That's the gap fill. You'll have a positive divergence on. All right, get ready to. So far, this is looking like it may go against us, but this is why we have extra ammo, maneuverability to add to the position. Things like this happen. All right, get ready on Amazon. All right, I'm going to take some. Come on, Amazon. Get that gap. Come on. It's almost there. It's almost there. Do a little bit of a flusher. We're coming up into some support here on Amazon. Bitcoin's ripping. NVDA new low. Tesla's making some lows as well. Amazon's almost there. All right, I'm buying some more Amazon in 3, 2, 1. All right, on Amazon, okay? One more ad level on Amazon, and that's going to be around 142.32. 142.32. NVIDIA's selling hard. Apple's still selling. Tesla's still selling. $142.30 is the ad level on. Oof! Look at the sell-off coming. Holy shit! Look! Oh, damn! 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 That's dirty. That's a filthy sell-off. That's filthy. Look at NVIDIA. That head and shoulders may complete today on the 20-minute chart, 30-minute chart, 20-minute chart, however you want to look at it. You're coming up into some support now, but that was a filthy, filthy sell-off. All right, Amazon's getting a bounce here. Let's see. I still have a target on Amazon. I think we can bounce on Amazon all the way back up to about 143.27. I had to pause my lunch. I'm currently eating lunch right now, and this little flusher had to walk away. Boom. We're in the money. There may be more downside based off of NVIDIA's price action. There's likely more downside. We're still holding those SOXS day trade that I entered at 844. I'm holding it. I'm going to hold it a little bit longer here. So it's all the way up to 866.22 cents in the money. All right, we may have to, let's just see Amazon pump. Let's see Amazon pump. Come on. To 2/3 position on Amazon. S&P is likely going to retrace to the 449.60. That was your pre-market low. Q's retraced to its pre-market low but got rejected. The S&P should retrace to its pre-market low and also see some rejection. So we are long, still holding Amazon, long and strong here. Anybody else catch any trades? Those NVIDIA puts look nasty. All right, Apple stopped me out for a gain. Apple just stopped me out for a nice little gain there of 26 cents per share. That head and shoulders still has triggered. So you get a retrace to about 188.87. It's another short. On some more. If we get a retrace up to 242.28 on Tesla, we short it. Oh, poor Amazon's coming back down again. Got a little bit of a pop there in the money. It's okay. It's not done yet, though. We're still hitting on Amazon now. Is maybe we have one more ad level if it decides it wants to flush and go lower. So, excuse me, my mouth is full. Apple's retracing. Get ready to short Apple again. 188.87. 188.87. Oof, even this level's tempting. Apple's about 6 cents away from that level. I will look for a short. It's pre-market high. It's pre-market high on Apple. It closed below. You're get the retest. Come on, 4 cents away on Apple, 2 cents away on Apple. It's going to be a 1/3 position again on Apple, 1/3 position. Amazon's trying to pop. Amazon is trying to pop. Inverse head and shoulder has triggered. Come on, Apple. Come on. We want to short Apple. I'm still waiting. I haven't taken a position on Apple yet. Looking to short it. Amazon, we're long. All right, Amazon's moving through. Amazon's moving through. All right, Apple's hitting target, 1 penny away from a short. 1 penny away for a short. Come on. All right, moving a stop loss on Amazon to break even. Amazon stop loss, break even. Amazon stop loss now, 142.84. 142.84. I'm almost about to short Apple here. There, I just shorted Apple, 188.87. Pre-market high touch. Pre-market high touch. Apple, we are short again at pre-market high. We're short Apple. We're having in-the-money stop on Amazon. Amazon, I'm trimming here. I'm about to trim some. Actually, we'll leave runners. 142.91 stop loss. 142.91 stop on Amazon, and we're shorting Apple again. Bitcoin is pumping. Have anybody seen Bitcoin? Holy. Okay, there's a short trade on Bitcoin coming up. I'm not chasing this. Damn, look at Bitcoin. Oh my God. Bitcoin is surging. Get ready to buy BITI. That's a short on, BITI is a short on Bitcoin. I'm about to buy BITI. All right, I'm about to get stopped out on Amazon. We're still long. Apple's pushing through our technical level. It's about 2 cents through, retracing to the neckline. Apple's done a retrace to the neckline. Get ready to buy BITI here. Get ready. Get ready. All right, I just bought some BITI, $14.95, 1/3 position. 1/3 position, 14. Bitcoin's still going. We're still holding an Apple short, 1/3. BITI. Look at that, too. So congrats on Amazon. Congrats on Bitcoin short there. Obviously, Apple's starting. So we're slightly out of the money on Apple. It's a 1/3 position, though. I will add to it up at the, let me just take a look here. About 189.20. What's interesting is this bounce. It's almost like they're shuffling money out of the crypto market into mega caps and then into mega caps out of crypto. So, because crypto had its big rally as the mega caps were falling, and then as mega caps got its bounce, Bitcoin fell. So in and out, it's pushing up here. And there is another short level scenario. I repeat, I was all out of Amazon. Took my profits, still holding Apple short. What a rush that was. That was insane. That move on crypto. That move in crypto was ridiculous. Bitcoin move was nasty. We caught that huge BITI, almost the exact low. We were about 4 cents away from the exact link to up to this area here, where I'll add the second. But we'll see what type of action we get moving forward. I am seeing the US dollar creeping up. 104.38. Looks like it's going to test the high of day, which means that indices will likely see more downside pressure. The 10-year yield still up 2.34% at the high of the session. That's why the Russell has faded so sharply. But you are getting a nice technical bounce here. Apple's been resilient all day. I get the feeling now, it's a little bit of a long shot, but I get the feeling, call it a hunch, that Apple's actually going to end flat to negative today. And if Apple is up right now 0.082% on the day, you can imagine where the indices will be if Apple actually turns negative. So, and Semi's still creeping in, despite the SOXX still positive. You have a lot of weakness in NVDA today. But if Apple goes negative, that market's not going to like it. Not going to like it one bit. S&P is testing that pre-market high right now. It's above it on the 1 minute candle, but it's QQQ still below. So QQQ is technically more bearish. QQQs actually went negative during that dip, whereas the SPY just held on to its previous gain. All the indices are now back to the positive side, but looking a little bit more vulnerable to go a bit lower. S&P is hitting a resistance point right now, EMA 113, 449.80 on the SPY chart is the EMA 113. We'll see if it starts to head lower. Or we'll see if this just turns into a much larger bounce. But yet again, this could potentially be another positive day for the indices. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. All right, I am back. That phone call, putting in some predictogram alerts just to see if I can catch some of these potential downside moves that I think is about to happen, although the markets are bouncing incredibly well right now. Incredible. Amazon, look at that move on Amazon. Anybody see? But I paper handed it like a little bitch. That's okay. Averaging in right now, we're still slightly out of the money, but that's okay. I still think that we see a little bit more downside. Dollar's still trying to creep up here. So we'll see if we get another move to the low of the range. All right, so markets are just still technically bouncing here. SPY is above the pre-market low. That's still a little bit bullish. QQQ is still below the pre-market low, so I'm just trying to see if there's any opportunities that I see at the moment that we can play either on the long side or the short side. QQQ, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green candles in a row on the 3-minute chart. Very strong. Very strong bounce. All right, I think NVIDIA is a short here. NVIDIA is a short here at 486.89, 486.89, 486.89. Short NVIDIA. It is trying to pump up here to the high side, but it's at the neckline. NVIDIA is at the neckline, so 486.89 short on NVIDIA. I'm looking for a move back down to at least 485. We'll see. My stop loss on NVIDIA is going to be, let me just look here, isolate down the stop. So 486.89 short on NVIDIA. I'm still holding my Apple short. So we're picking on the Qs. We're picking on the weak QQQ points. So take a look at this head and shoulders that could be forming on the high end of the charts. Tend to have more probability. Now, I'm not saying this is going to trigger today. This could actually carry into tomorrow and the remainder of the week. But you break this neckline now, which looks to be around 188.50-ish. It's an upsloping one, so 188.60-ish. You could see a big move down in Apple. All right, so we're still short Apple, slightly out of the money. And we're short NVIDIA, which we're basically in the money a little bit. Just 1 second, I'm getting another phone call. All right, guys, who is ready for the next move down in this market? Next move down, look at this DXY surging. Look at the DXY surging. We have weakness in semiconductors. Break it. Apple's acting well right now. S&P is still holding above that pre-market high. We'll see if we get that move. I'm keeping a very tight stop on NVIDIA. SPY is potentially trying to flag at base and break. So Microsoft's negative on the session. So is NVIDIA. Eli Lilly, a couple big mega cap names. NVIDIA's trying to pump up to the high side. I'm still watching this Apple very closely. NVIDIA's trying to break out, recapture that neckline. All right, we'll add to NVIDIA if we tap the EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart, which is sitting at around 488.95. Okay? Same thing with Apple, it hasn't changed, but I still think there's a downside move coming, and we just need to be prepared for what transpires. Dollar's still looking bullish to move higher. Come on, give us some more downside. Give us some more downside in this market. We want to see it fall and flush. We want stocks cheaper, not more expensive. We want stocks cheaper. We've had a bull run. If you're still holding your longs after this run that we've had, that's an absolute lunacy in my opinion. If you haven't taken profits off of this run on your longs, you're just asking for trouble. Honest to God. Could we head up a little bit more? Sure, but greed comes into fruition. We've had 3 weeks of upside. The move in the S&P and the Qs has basically been a 75 to 80 degree angle to the upside. Sustainable rallies and moves. So frankly, I've pulled off speculative short on this market, net short. So right now we're just waiting for Apple. Apple's going to be a bear flag that breaks lower. We'll see. The only thing is now NVDA and the Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce higher. So that's some positive attributes to the market. Bitcoin's also trying to move back up. I do have another double top short on Bitcoin. Starter position at 37,428, which probably is going to match up around 1492 on the BITI ETF. I repeat, BITI ETF. All right, Apple's bear flag is looking more promising. Apple's going to take this whole market down if it starts to really trigger these head and shoulders, because it's been strong all day. So when the strong leadership turns more negative, that's where. And the IWM has given up most of its gains along with the indices. QQQ still trading below its pre-market low. So I remain more net bearish, being the fact that we were well above the pre-market lows and the highs, and then we gave up the pre-market high earlier, and then we gave up the pre-market low. So I lean more net bearish. Whenever we give up that pre-market low, I have to start thinking that perhaps there's more downside in this market. But I could be wrong. This is why we use tight stop loss. We're still basically slightly out of the money on Apple. We'll see if we can get some more downside. Alright, I am back. Sorry, a few phone calls here. We're flat on our Apple short. This thing is shaping up to be a little dumperoni. It's looking a little weak, closing below some of the short-term EMAs, making lower highs. So you now have lower. You're likely, hopefully it gives it up here so that it can take the market down a little bit. Amazon's acting very, very well. So is NVDA. NVIDIA is still weak on the session today, down 1.6%, trying to bounce. Bitcoin's moving up. There's another short trade on Bitcoin right up here, buying BITI, long BITI, which is a short on Bitcoin. It starts to fall. Tesla just had a big dump. Tesla's been strong all day, actually the strongest mega cap all day. And it's starting to fall. So Bitcoin, we're shorting this double top zone. We've had this big move up, big dump, big move up, retesting of this double top here. Next ad level after that is going to be, it should appear on my chart momentarily. It's going to be around 37,968. So it's about a $500 move in big current price. We will add to BITI. It's about a 1.47% move. Microsoft acting strong here. So we'll keep Bitcoin up on the radar. We really don't want it to take. All right, Bitcoin's starting to fall. The dollar's still moving up. More of a 30-minute pattern time frame. So technically you did get a 30-minute close, but right now you're above that neckline, so it's therefore may negate the neckline. We'll see. Apple got a bounce, inverted head and shoulders. Don't know. There's no real right shoulder that has formed yet. Bitcoin's still trying to push up despite the dollar pushing up. We're still holding Apple short. We did get a nasty 4-hour. Qs are still below the pre-market. SPY is definitely 2 hours is looking to squeeze. So Bitcoin making a new intraday high. We're watching it closely. It may be getting rejected off of this area with a little bit of a sell signal. RSI made a lower high. Price action made a higher high. Lots of on Apple short. And we have 2 more entries to add on NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks to be running out of momentum here. We'll see if the semis. All right, Bitcoin is struggling at these highs here. You can see that there's definitely some sellers coming into play, but we'll see if it has the ability to get through this zone. Now, we have to be careful because the QQQ could be forming an inverted head and shoulders. Could be. It looks very similar to NVIDIA's pattern. It needs to fall lower to at least around 385.50, 385.30 to form that right shoulder. And then obviously upon forming that right shoulder, then it needs to break the neckline. Microsoft is trying to scream back to the positive side, but seeing some sellers coming into play. Potential head and shoulders on Microsoft 10-minute chart. Potential 10-minute chart. This would be where Microsoft starts to curl over to the downside to form that right shoulder. So lots of bearish patterns. Apple's triggered one. Microsoft could be forming one. We'll see. The dollar's trying to move up and test high of day. The dollar's going to test the high of day, which makes me a little bit more bearish on this market. But we're still waiting. I will be right back. Here, who wants to make some fucking money right now? Let's go. Alright, Apple, come on, give it up. You know you want to. You know you want to. Dollar's still trying to move up. Gold is negative. GDX negative. SMH is about to go negative. It's holding on just ever so slightly. Qs are still under that pre-market high, pre-market low, so I remain more bearish under that low. Oil's starting to fall as well. That's kind of interesting. Maybe that's indicative that the dollar is about to move up some more. SPY is still putting in a potential lower high on the 10-minute, coming up to a major little pivot zone. Amazon starting to curl to the downside. Amazon starting to curl, losing the EMA 113. That's super bearish. Russell, lower high. Apple, we're break even on our short trade. Now let's let this thing get dumped. Come on. Like I said earlier, I would not be shocked if Apple goes flat to negative. Just like Microsoft is negative, I would not be shocked. All right, Apple's starting to fall here. Bitcoin's starting to fall. Apple, we're in the money. Bitcoin, we're in a decent area swing because you're getting that divergence on the RSI as well. It would be perfect if Bitcoin made a little bit of a higher high in price action and lower high on the RSI. Daily, that would be another bearish factor. That price action is getting weaker. Momentum is waning. All right, Apple's starting to dump here. I'm going to flip back to the AAPL. Very intriguing. Now, one thing we have to be careful of, are we forming an inverse on Apple? Left shoulder, head, this could be a right shoulder development. The markets are remaining a little bit stronger at the moment. So QQQ is coming up to test that pre-market low. So perhaps there's some validity that maybe, just maybe, Apple could be forming some sort of an interesting pattern here. The level to watch on Apple, Amazon's dumping. Amazon is dumping right now. Meta is also negative on the session. That's the pre-market low. Pre-market low. And it is creating So we have Amazon curling down. Q's hit that pre-market low and got rejected. Apple's looking like it's curling down on the 1-minute chart, losing some of the moving averages inside of a wide range red bar on the 1-minute chart. NVDA is starting to curl lower. Tesla, another potential lower high. NVDA is coming down. All right, so the markets are shaping up for potential another sell side program. Bitcoin's moving up. Amazon's dumping hard. So please, the prime example of where Bitcoin's moving up. All right, I'm going to add to my Bitcoin BITI position very, very shortly here. Come on. The dollar's starting to a bit of a new cycle high today. Another phone call. Just give me 1 second. Alright, so the markets are trying to make another move up here. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me count that again. 3, 6. You're on your 7th green 10-minute candle on the SPY ETF. 7th green 10-minute candle. But I am seeing rolling over price action in Apple and potentially some weakening in NVDA. Bitcoin made that new intraday high. You do have a 10-minute RSI divergence on Bitcoin, which typically leads to lower price action, which is why we're short. I never officially hit my next ad level on Bitcoin. I was very close to picking up some BITI around at 1472. Still holding my BITI at 1490. Our Apple short is 8 cents in the money with a bear flag that looks like it's about to break down on the 1-minute chart. Again, if Apple starts to break down and really trigger this larger head and shoulders pattern, then we're going to see the S&P and Qs most likely get hit to the downside again. I'm seeing bullish structure on the dollar, still oversold from yesterday's move. Yields, the 10-year yield is still at the high of the session. The VIX just went green today. The VIX stream, I'm seeing tons and tons of option flow for deep in the money VIX, 40 VIX calls for this year and later this year. So that's a little alarming if you're still carrying many longs into this market after this exuberant rally that we just had. What was it, 11 days up on the S&P or 11 days up on the Qs straight consecutive? That's insane. So Apple, hopefully we go to the low end. But basically, there we go on the head and shoulders. That pre-market high. Now Bitcoin's selling off a bit. We'll see if we get some. Trying to go positive though. All right, the SPY is seeing a little bit of sellers now. Apple's trying to break that bear flag, which is why we're short, triggering a head and shoulders neckline test right now as we speak. QQQ. Take a look at looking enticing. 10, I'd have to count it up. Today we have won on every single one of them. So if you've made money following our streams, please give me a follow on Trading Capital Twitter account. Put in the comments again. Twitter, I've posted a lot of free charts, insights, website, and my service that I offer. I offer Discord where I post daily analysis videos, insights for my members, weekly analysis videos. You get direct live trading alerts as well as Apple. We could see a late day afternoon flush. That would not surprise me. Look at that big down candle in the Qs. Look at that big down candle in the Qs. We're still holding NVIDIA short, out of the money slightly at 486.89. We're in the money nicely on Apple, 188.87. And the Qs are still falling here. Falling. Again, late afternoon flush would not surprise me. The indices are all still green. I think the Qs turn red and the S&P, I think all three indices turn red today. And that forming an inverted head and shoulders on the Qs. So we could be coming down and forming the right shoulder. See, it's a little too early to tell whether or not this price action is going to break down. QQQ is falling more now. If the S&P loses 4960, we're going to probably test the low of day. If not, make a new low of day. We never officially filled the gap on the SPY, which makes me very suspicious. All right, bounce coming in, potential right shoulder forming in the Qs. So Apple, we're going to move our stop loss to this. Look at this move. We're banking. Get your motherfucking ass down there. All right, Apple's testing the, I believe the EMA 113 on the 3-minute chart. Let me just take a peek. Ooh, more room though. More room to fall. So we're seeing the dollar fade a little bit. Markets are trying to put in that right shoulder on the Q. It's going to need a firm up for the Qs to really complete that right shoulder. But we have our, just seeing if there's any other trade setups here. Apple's still below the neckline. Qs are still below that pre-market. NVDA's testing a neckline break. Hasn't broken through yet. Bitcoin has pulled from the highs. Potential hourly topping tail forming on Bitcoin. Still lots of time with testing this EMA 113 on the 2 minute. That should be decent resistance. It is starting to curl over a little bit. But the Qs, if they continue its momentum, could continue to push up. You guys can talk. I'm muted now. Just a quick mute. Yeah, I got these guys going. I got my guy going. So QQQ is testing that neckline break, also testing the pre-market low. Inverted head and shoulder has formed a right shoulder. It's trying to move up. SPY is still putting in a lower high, but trying. Apple's right at our stop loss level. We need a 1 minute close above that level to stop out. It has not done so yet. I'm going to take QQQ short here, 386, 1 minute close. 386.22, short the Qs. Still short Apple, has not done a 1 minute close above our level yet. The Qs, side on the Qs here. SPY still hasn't put in that higher high yet. Apple's still fighting. Haven't stopped out yet. Very close to on the Qs. Very, very close to. SPY is getting rejected at that higher high. We're still short Apple. Apple's getting rejected there. That's going to help the Qs fall. It's getting rejected as we speak. SPY trying to close on a 1 minute candle. So we'll know in 48 seconds if this next candle closes. As of now, it hasn't. We're still holding both of these shorts, but watching that Q very, very closely, and Apple. Keep your finger on that stop loss. Watch it closely because it's teetering on a knife edge here. Could go higher, but it could get rejected. So we just want to watch it closely. If we get that 1 minute, we can actually flip long on the Qs. QQQ still hasn't closed above the pre-market high. It's inside of a reversal wick on the 1 minute. You need a 1 minute standalone candle, in my opinion, above. You don't want to close inside of a wick. SPY is still trying. SPY is still inside of a 1 minute wick, trying to close above. Apple's still fighting that neckline. We're still holding our Apple. NVDA is trying to push up now. All right, QQQ. I'm about to stop out very, very shortly here. We'll know in about 15 seconds. QQQ. All right, QQQ stopped me out. All right, QQQ stopped me out for a small loss here above pre-market high. If we lose this level and we close back below, it's another short. Apple I'm still holding though. Has not officially wicked me out on the 1 minute chart. SPY did get a higher high. SPY got a higher high on the 1 minute. Apple's faltering though. All right, I'm going to add to my NVIDIA short here at 489.27. 489.27, it brings my average up to 488.31. And it's still climbing. Apple's still fighting that neckline. And again, I did add to my NVIDIA short. Average is, it's a 2/4 position, 489.2022 average, 489.22. Qs are hanging in there. Strength in Tesla and NVIDIA propelling the Qs. Microsoft's still negative on the session. Apple's still fighting that neckline, coming down a little bit now. You can see the rejection. We still never got wicked out. As long as Apple's weak, I think it drags the Qs down a little bit, which is why I added to NVIDIA. Next add on NVIDIA will be around 490, 60, 70 area. 490, 60 to 70 area. Shorts here. QQQ short 386.35. 386.35 short on the Qs. Apple's rejecting, so is NVIDIA. So 386.35 short on the Qs. If we lose this pre-market again, so I'm glad holding our short. QQQ's pushing up though. QQQ's pushing up, bouncing off of pre-market low. Apple's trying to wick up, so is NVIDIA. Dollar's coming down a little bit, so that's a helpful tailwind for the market. IWM's moving up. All right, Apple's coming back down. It made a 1 minute hammer candle. 2 minute hanging man on the QQQ. Sorry, 2 minute hanging man on NVIDIA. Amazon's still trying to push up. Semis are catching a little bit of a bid off this move. Still see oil coming down. Very rare to see VIX green, markets green. Downside protection is being accumulated, so it seems. All right, SPY's trying to push up. Still short Apple, still short NVIDIA, still short the Qs, but I'm looking at a potential stop on the Qs, especially if Apple firms up. What's lifting the market right now is NVIDIA and Tesla. and Amazon. Amazon got a big bounce there. Apple's still faltering even though the Qs are moving, a little bit of a negative divergence, which means that they're using this bounce in the market to slowly offload some Apple. All right, Apple's coming down, losing that hammer candle. Come on, send it down, send it down. Amazon's pumping Qs. Okay, Qs are pumping up here. I will add to the QQQ short. Yikes, this is dangerous to add to QQQ here, because this looks like it wants to try to break out here. Dollar's creeping up though. Still, Apple's weak though. Apple and Microsoft, they're not really suspicious of this QQQ bump up. Very, very suspicious when Apple and Microsoft aren't participating in the Q rally. When the big boys don't participate, it makes me extra suspicious. It's trickling. I will be right back. Okay, so Qs are trying to push up some more now. S&P still fighting that higher high. Apple's trying to push up. NVIDIA's acting well right now, but again, I still see some more downside likely set to occur in this market. But I could be wrong. We still have a stop on Apple. 1 minute close at that red line. Still shorting NVIDIA, which I'm actually out of the money by 50 cents. Out of the money on NVIDIA by 50 cents. And then I'm out of the money on the Q short by about 35 cents or so. But I'd be shocked if these markets don't turn negative. All right, Qs are pushing up, Apple's pushing up. Let's keep that stop loss on Apple. Watch that closely. I'm I'm still prepared to add to NVDA where necessary, and the Qs, I will add to the Qs at around 386.80. Look at that big candle. I knew there was something suspect about this rally. This might just be a little bit of a check back, but I'm suspect of this inverted head and shoulders. Hasn't been one that I've liked to play on the long side, which is why I've stayed short off of this move. They could firm up, but you never know. When those two largest companies showing weakness as the Qs are moving up, it's a little bit suspect. You have to be guarded. And look at that. Just like that, we're in the money on our QQQ short. Beautiful. We just need NVIDIA to cooperate. NVIDIA, Qs were in the money. Apple were in the money. Come on, Apple. Give it up. Go negative. We still have an hour and 15 minutes. That can turn Apple negative, just like its other brother, Microsoft. NVIDIA is starting to roll over a little bit now. We just need Apple to continue to falter, which it's faltering. It's faltering. Okay, guys, Apple's going to give it up. Qs are going to give it up. Let's make some money. Let's make some money. Everybody get ready for a big dump. A big dump. Come on. That QQQ rejection of the pre-market low is going to send us back to the lows. Get ready. Those 0 DTE puts are going to print. But remember, always use position management, sizing. I only have a 1/4 entry on the Qs. I have a half position on Apple and a half a position on NVIDIA. Just in case it went against us, we could always maneuver our average low. That's a key pivotal area, 386.29. Mark it on your chart on the Qs because we are fighting that area right now. We are absolutely fighting that area. The 10-minute, the inverted head and shoulders is still technically valid, but we're close to closing below the neckline, which right now we are below the neckline. So if this becomes a failed inverted head and shoulders, we're going to get a big move to the downside. From failed patterns come big moves, and they usually happen pretty quickly and sharply. Still holding Bitcoin short, Apple short, NVIDIA short, Q short. Come on. I have a live Telegram group where I post my entries, exits for all my trades, stop losses, targets. Also post a lot of insider information, a daily analysis video to my members. You can follow my YouTube channel. I post a lot of free insights there. My Twitter account is Trading One Capital. I post a lot of free charts and insights. Look at this dump coming in. This is why we stayed short. I wasn't getting shaken out yet. The one positive for the Qs is that you are above the EMA 113 on the 1 minute chart, but this failed inverted head and shoulders could get nasty. It could get nasty. The Russell's looking a little bearish on the 10-minute chart, looking like it wants to attack the low. We're banking. We are banking, though, on the Qs. And again, my thesis was for Apple to start weighing in on this market to take it lower. Come on, Apple. Give it up. NVIDIA is tagging the EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart and bouncing, but the Qs are still below pre-market low. I reckon we come up there for one more test, and if we fail there, then that's it. But we did get a 1 minute close below the inverted head and shoulders, which means that the pattern turned bullish. It's now turned bearish. What was once a bullish pattern has turned bearish. The bulls failed to break that pattern out, so now the bears are going to grip hold of this market and take it lower. And believe it or not, there's actually a big head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart of SPY. It hasn't triggered yet, but we could go all the way down to about 449, the low 449s on the chart, to test the neckline of the head and shoulders. Don't say you haven't been warned. Apple's continuing to fall. We're nicely in the money on Apple. We're not doing my stop. You see this hammer candle wick? That's where we had an attempt at a reversal, which failed, and then another bounce, which failed as well. So I'm putting my stop at 188.61 on Apple there. QQQ, I'm going to move in the break-even stop loss. So 386.35 on the Qs. We're about 35 cents in the money right now, but I'm putting a break-even stop loss on the Qs. So that's still creating that lower high. I'm very tempted to short Tesla, but I already have an Apple Q short, an NVDA short, Bitcoin short. Oh, I'm so tempted. Tesla's looking like it wants to roll over as well. But I'm just going to stick with NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla, and the Qs. Sorry, NVIDIA, Apple, Bitcoin, and the Qs. All right, I'm moving my stop loss now on the Qs down to 386.24. So we're locking in at least 11 cents per share. 11 cents per share. That was the neckline of the failed pattern. NVIDIA, we're almost in the money. Let's keep it going. Apple's triggering that head and shoulders. S&P's looking real nasty. That S&P, if that loses that pre-market low, you're going to see a flush. Probably in the last hour, we're going to have a big dump. Bitcoin trade is nicely in the money. Bitcoin's starting to roll over from the highs a little bit. Still holding relatively well, but it is trying to roll over slightly. And again, if you want to know the average distance of the measured move, so take that measured move of the inverted head and shoulders. What could have, if that pattern did play out to the upside on the inverse head and shoulders, it would have been a move, basically 384 to 3, it could have been just over $2 move. So if you take that same measurement and put it where the failure happened, that basically means we could have a move down to double bottom on the Qs, down to 384.26. So you use the same measured move of the bullish pattern of the inverted head and shoulders on the Qs, and I'll see pass through those, but right shoulder, you broke above it here. This is your neckline. You broke above it. You know, the upside measured move would have been from this low to the neckline to would have been a pretty big rally to the high side. Since you failed that pattern, you now take the measured move, drop it to where the failure happened, which is right at that neckline move, takes you basically down to that double bottom. So that's where I think we're heading on the Qs today, in basically an hour, 9 minutes left in trading. Okay, so my stop loss is right at this neckline now, and we're watching it closely. Apple's continuing to fade. This is beautiful to see. This is sublime. Give yourself a pat on the back if you followed yet again the trades. But if you haven't, just watch these videos, watch these streams, how I trade. Today has been magnificent. We are 100% success right now on today's trades. Live stream. They've all been recorded. Actually, sorry, the only one that we're out of the money right now is NVIDIA, 488.31. But now we're in the money. So now we're rolling. Now we're rolling heavy. I'm expecting Apple to get a bounce soon and then continuation move down. So Amazon's still holding up well right now. We should start to see it, the QMA 113. Side of the trade. All right, moving Apple stop down to 188.48. I want this lower though. I think we go lower. They're really selling Apple now. We're in the money about 66 cents. It is prudent to start trimming profits into the fall. Qs are getting... Oof, big bounce in Apple. Look at that bounce. Bullish engulfing on the 1 minute. And go lower. Some people just covered. I'm still holding short. I haven't covered. I absolutely am not covering yet. I like more downside. I have a stop loss though in place. We're banking 37 cents at least. I have 300 shares short on Apple. Qs are falling even more now. So what I'm going to look to do is maybe close. What I'm going to do is for my Apple, I'm going to cover half. So I have 300 shares. So I'm going to cover 150 once we hit a certain level. I'm not going to announce that level yet. It's still a little bit lower. Apple, on the 5-minute chart. NVIDIA is catching a bounce. The Qs are also bouncing here. Still very negative on the Russell. The Russell looks like a nice short opportunity. It's still hanging on to positive gains. All indices are still positive. Again, I've been saying for the last couple hours, I would not be shocked if these markets go red. Certainly we are due for at least a few down days after the rally. Don't be the one left holding the bag. If you've had massive, is going to be pretty decent. Still below. Microsoft is below. The Qs are below. So Apple's still holding up strong inside in this. Apple's trying though. Apple's really trying. 21, 1 minute close above 386.21. Qs are getting a big bounce. Apple's getting a big bounce. Does anybody have any questions at the moment? Any other tickers that we're looking at? I know we looked at Hershey, Dash earlier. Let's take a look at Dash. I'm just going to pull it up on my other screen, do some analysis, technical perspective. It's always good to get a set of eyes on how a stock is moving, especially if you have a position in it. Never hurts to get a. Lewis brought up quite a few bunch of tickers that looked poised to continuation moves higher. So it's always nice to see that when traders are finding bullish and bearish opportunities. All right, the next wave of selling. SPY is still holding above the EMA 113. Qs are trying to push up here. Apple's still weak though, so again, Qs are pushing up, but Apple's not yet. But Microsoft is. So again, I still remain suspicious, just like when we had that earlier fake out breakout of the Qs, then I didn't cover my short, was because Microsoft and Apple weren't participating. Now we have the Qs moving up, Microsoft moving up, Apple's also moving up. So this might be a little bit more of a sustained move to the upside, believe it or not. That big volume wick on Apple, perhaps there is some momentum to the upside that we can build off of. So Apple's trying to move up. NVIDIA's falling, Apple's rising, Microsoft's rising. Push up, keep that stop loss there. We are running into this little pivot zone, which should be a little bit of resistance. So we'll see if it can chew through that. We just keep our stop a little bit above. I'm seeing NVDA start to weaken a little bit here. We are in the money. QQQ is trying to move up. It's mainly being led by now Apple and Microsoft. So that makes me a little bit more believable in this rally. We are testing the pre-market high. We're a few cents away. I still haven't stopped out of Apple. I'm still waiting. SPY is getting a nice push to the high side. A nice big push to the high side. Rejection. I'm still short the Qs and Apple. Turned back to the green side. Possible inverted head and shoulders on Microsoft. I think it's a little bit suspect up here, but we'll have to take the pattern if it breaks. So Microsoft inverted head and shoulders. It has flipped back to the positive side. NVIDIA is still weak. I'm going to put a break even stop loss on NVIDIA. So 488.31 break even stop loss on that short, just in case something weird happens. Bitcoin's moving up. Qs are still faltering. So we're below the pre-market. We're tagging that EMA 113. So we're staying short on Apple. Tesla's rolling. Tesla's curling. Dollar's starting to fall. Head and shoulders did fail. So we have to suspect that the downside move is likely coming. Tesla's the move down. 1 minute bear flag on Apple. 1 minute bear flag on Apple. Come on. Flush it. Flush the market. This inverted head and shoulders is looking a little bit more promising on Microsoft and Apple and NVIDIA with this break-even stop loss and an in-the-money stop loss on Apple. I'm going to take Microsoft. I'm thinking of taking 371 calls. Microsoft 371 calls. Haven't taken it yet. I'm just waiting to see this pattern. Qs are faltering a little bit more. Apple's faltering. We're still at the neckline. We haven't got a 1 minute close yet above the neckline on Microsoft. But I'm looking at taking a potential long trade on Microsoft just as a hedge. Apple's falling, Qs. I'll let you know if I take a Microsoft trade, just keeping watch of that. Qs are still fading below the 113 EMA. That's a beautiful sign. Come on. Power hour is on. Will we flush? Is it power hour or is it going to be sour hour? I think it's sour hour. I will add to BITI if we get to about 37,900. All right. Ugh. This is just... Okay, potential double bottom on Apple. Qs are still coming down. Okay, I'm not taking Microsoft yet unless I see something that miraculously changes. We got rejected on high volume at the neckline, so this market's going to go. This market's going to go. We're going to go down. Downside momentum in the QQQ indices. We have a potential failed inverted head and shoulders on NVIDIA. Having a failed pattern on NVIDIA. Amazon's coming down. If you look at the resistance point that it ran into, now it's stair-stepping its way up, down. So now Apple's probably going to have a flush similar to this size, measured move down, which is half completed. And then we probably do a bounce up to here. Whoops. Hold on, let me measure that again. So measured move down. Okay, so measured move down, what looks to be coming to fruition, takes you down to 187.88. 187.88. Apple's still selling. And then from there, you likely get a bounce back up to, whoops. You likely get a bounce from there back up to about this previous pivot zone. So let's see how that plays out. I am now going to move my stop down. NVIDIA is getting a pump. We're still in it. Moving my Apple stop to 188.34. It's getting a big bid now. Q's still looking vulnerable. Tesla's looking like a short here. Tesla's another one that's looking a little bit. Bitcoin is testing the high of day. 2 brings my average down to 1480. 1480.
Yeah, I know. I actually was just texting you guys that. No, Giannis, and I do expect Embiid to possibly rest back-to-back.
Pivot is rejection. Enough time in the day. If we have enough time. We're printing. We're in the money, deep in the money on our here. We are deep in the money on our Apple short. We are doing extremely well. NVIDIA may stop us out on a break even, but we're still short.
I have no idea.
I think we're going to get a late day flush here. QQQ, SPY, IWM still positive.
It's a big birthday.
So this is a big channel on Apple. Okay, really big channel on Apple. You can low pivot, high pivot, kissed, halfway point, big rejection, retrace, failure. We should get another retrace. All right, I just got stopped out of NVIDIA. I'm taking Microsoft 371. No, I'm just going to chill. I'm not going to take it, actually. Not going to take it. But Apple should get rejected here. NVIDIA stopped me out, break even. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of reversal. BIT off of that 1472 is acting well. Apple's trying to move up. I am going to move my stop loss up a little bit on Apple to 188.44. So I'm moving it up past, still deep in the money. But I think we get rejection off that pivot, this channel, and then head lower. Still have this target, but the Qs are getting a nice bounce. NVIDIA head and shoulders. All right, short NVIDIA 488.77. 488.77. 488.77. Short NVIDIA 1/4 position. Head and shoulders in play on the 2-minute, 1-minute chart. Look at this dump on NVIDIA. Oh, look at that down move. Look at this coming in. So NVIDIA failed that inverted head and shoulders. And is now forming a right shoulder of a 1-minute head and shoulders. I'm seeing AVGO, the heaviest weighting in the SMH, breaking down. So NVIDIA is potentially creating this 1-minute head and shoulders, big left shoulder, your head, right shoulder formation, Bearish engulfing candle on the 1 minute off that level. QQQ still underneath the 113 EMA 113.
That is correct, man. You should see me the other day from after the Bengals loss. I flipped my entire account in 3 plays.
NVIDIA stop is at 489.06. I'll just put that there.
It didn't work out fine. Even out. Then I came back and raged and dropped my account. You still have 11 people listening right now, so if you're not already, unless you're a bot.
They're remaining resilient. Remaining resilient. Close. Or a 15-cent break of that level. If the Qs continue to push up. Alright. Got stopped out of there on NVIDIA for a small little loss. And it looks to be coming back down with the Qs. You can re-enter. I'm just going to hold on to my Apple short. Sorry about that. Stop. Still a potential head and shoulders here forming. Of course, as they stop us out on NVIDIA, it's probably going to roll over and trigger that. Damn. So we did not do a perfect day today. Channel right now. It's pushing through it. It's pushing through it. And it's in the channel now. We'll get stopped out in 16 seconds if Apple closes above this level. 13 seconds, we'll know. So far, it's right at that stop loss level. Pulling back 5 seconds, we'll know our fate. All right, we're still in on Apple. We're still. Apple did not close above that, so now we use the next one. Close watch on Apple. If we get a move above this, call it a 5-cent move. Okay, we're holding on to Apple here. Did not get stopped out. 2-minute chart. Same thing with NVIDIA. But Microsoft is wanting to potentially break the inverted head and shoulder to move higher. Still a lot of time left in this session for the markets to go either higher or lower. I'm still leaning more bearish, but we shall see. The VIX is negative, so that's positive for the market. 10-year yield has fallen off from the highs. All right, get ready to short NVIDIA again.
On the off chance that we fill this CPI gap to the downside tomorrow.
We're still, we never got stopped out. We're still in the money nicely. Couple engulfing candles on Microsoft, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's hugging that EMA 113. We lose that. We trigger that neckline on NVIDIA, and it's a full-blown short again. All right, I'm short NVIDIA here again. 488.45. 488.45. 488.45 short NVIDIA. Stop loss 489.05. We're short NVIDIA again. Let's make that back. To fall a little bit lower, right shoulder. We could get another neckline test. Okay, QQQ. Right shoulder's getting a little deep now.
Here we go. He's going.
Sorry guys, I just had a phone call, so I'm back now. I covered, as seen on the screen, the NVIDIA short at 487.18, $1.30 per a share gain, so that's a wonderful. I'm still holding QQQ short Apple. I'm still holding, but it's right. Clearly there's some sellers that are that key pivot zone, so we'll know our fate in about 50 seconds if it rejects here again or if it holds. So right now it's fighting that level, but we haven't got a 1 minute close above there yet. And if it does get a close, then we stop out basically instantly. Okay, so it's fighting that area again. We will know our fate very shortly. QQQ is getting a decent bounce here, but it's also being rejected at that neckline potential. Another retrace on NVIDIA back to the head and shoulders is a short, 488.10, short NVIDIA, 488.10, short NVIDIA, 488.10. We are reshorting NVIDIA again at 488.10, and we are pushing through. We're trying to fight that neckline yet again. Markets still 1 minute close above the neckline. 1 minute close above the neckline on NVIDIA. And just to put that in perspective, Apple's still fighting that key area. Didn't get that 1 minute close. We'll know in 40 seconds. I might just yell a cover. We're still deep in the money on Apple, so that's okay. NVIDIA's fighting that resistance point. Qs are trying to push up as we speak. Still below pre-market. Apple's above that area. All right, I just stopped out of Apple here. 188.50 for a nice little gain. 37 cents. Again, using that neckline as a break of that inverse head and shoulders, creating a series of higher highs. But NVIDIA is getting rejected at that neckline. Small rejection, nothing crazy. Now it's trying to push through. Apple's pushing up. Apple's pushing up. S&P's back above the EMA 113. So is the Qs. All right, we're going to take a 371 call. 69.98. We stop out. All right, NVIDIA closed above the neckline. We stopped out for a small little loss there. NVIDIA did close above the neckline, but we could see an in the money break. 371 call. Ooh, looks like rejection on NVIDIA. Good job if you held that. I got shaken out. Massive volatility creeping in here. Massive volatility. NVIDIA's falling. Is trying to get a break. So we entered around 316, so we're now nicely in the money. Keep that tight stop on Microsoft. We may lose here on this trade. QQQ still fighting here. I'm still short the Qs as well. Haven't covered that. Bitcoin's starting to roll over. Our VITI is doing really nicely. All right, come on. So Qs were short, Microsoft were long, pairs trade, kind of hedging each other out. All right, Microsoft is close to stopping us out here. Very, very close to stopping us out. It's still fighting. It's still fighting. S&P's coming down. 20 minutes left in the trading session. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Throw your predictions in the chat. We're going up, down, or are we chopping sideways? Come on. Hopefully we can get Microsoft. That would be. Apple's falling. Microsoft's trying to fall as well. Hammering on that 1 minute hammer candle. Just stopped us out there. Microsoft stopped us out there. 3 for a loss. A little bit of a loss there. And of course, 19 minutes left, 18 minutes left. All right, high risk play. Apple 188 put. 188 put. Big dump coming in on the Qs there. We have a 188 put on Apple. We entered at 188.40. We're up nicely already. Come on. Come on, Apple. Get that put in the money. Come on. 27 cents away from being in the money. Let's go. We'll almost have that put in the money. We entered the short up here at 188.40. Strike. All right, Apple's falling here. 188 is right around here. I will secure profits on that put if it goes in the money. Q. Apple's there. We're deep. We're getting close to being in the money here. We're falling here. We're falling some more. Come on, Apple. Get to 180. Get to 180. Come on. We're close. QQQ losing the EMA 113 yet again. Potential holds. All right, I'm going to protect this put option with a 188.30.
First one up is Sono, S-O-N-O. Your primary is going to be $15 call, December 15th. Your hedge is going to be
SPY's trying to trickle lower here. So is the Russell and the Qs. Apple put should get. Oops. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready on Apple.
NICE, ticker NICE 160 put, November 17th. Call hedge 210 call, November 17th, 2 for 1. BBWI, $30 put.
Big bounce in the Qs.
Your hedge is going to be a $36 call. WMT,
Apple's still coming down. We're still profitable on this put with a stop in the money, but I think we get a little bit of flush.
Your hedge is going to be $180 calls November 17th, and it's a 3 for Baba, $90 call November 17th. Your hedge is going to be $80 puts, 2 for 1.
All right, QQQ is coming back down now. We have Alibaba earnings after the bell. All right, Apple's trickling though. Get ready to secure this put once it goes in the money. 188, I will be securing profits. It's getting late in the session, so I don't want to leave any runners, although we could trickle a little bit lower. 8 cents away from being in the money on Apple. 9 cents away. $0.10 from being in the money. Come on, give us a little bit of a flusher here. Another important earnings after the bell is Alibaba and Palo Alto. A couple big ones. All right, here comes the in the money shout. We're about to be in the money. Apple's falling here. 5 cents away. 5 cents away. Come on, Apple. Get there. At 188 level, 4 cents away. 2 cents away. All right, 188 put in the money. Please secure your profits. Boom. Look at that. Oh, it's going. It's going. Excellent job. Look at that Q. What a dump on the Qs there. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What a dump. Bang, bang. Throwing out bangers, eh? All right, I'm taking profits here on the Qs. 385.44. Close the trade. 385.44. I'm holding no more day trades right now. All of them are closed for profit. 388.44. Wonderful trading session today. We still have 10 minutes left in the week, but we took our profits and ran on the Q short, on the Apple short. I could do a high risk zero. Should we do a high risk 0 DTE? Shall I? All right, let me work some magic here. Tesla. 0 DTE, 243 put. 243 put. Let's pull up this Tesla chart for you guys. Come on. 4 double typing letters, which is why I'm struggling to type. All right, Tesla, we're almost in the money there. Here we go, 15 cents away. 7 cents away. 12 cents away. Come on, Tesla, give it to us. Give us the break. Come on, 243 put. We need to get in the money. Tesla's falling. QQQ's catching a bounce. 8 minutes left in the session. 8 minutes left in the session. Come on, Tesla. Super high risky. 0 DTE. Tesla. All right, we have Palo breaking an inverted head and shoulders in the daily here, probably just to fake people out. Go lower, fill the gap, and then rally. Pan W, strong cyber stock. It's on watch for a breakout. Oh, here comes Tesla. Come on. Put. Uh-oh, I'm seeing NVDA start to perk up. Come on, Tesla. Don't lift the Qs. break that EMA 113. Come on. 243 almost in the money. Come on. 2 for your profits. Boom. Look at that cover. Thank you very much. We will take that 0 DTE 243 Tesla. Bang. That was your banger. Last little minute. We still have 6 minutes to spare on this. Should we do another one? Should we do another banger? We just covered a 0 DTE put, Tesla that went in the money, an Apple put that went in the money. All right, let me see if I can line up another high risk. All right, NVDA. 487 put. 487 put. NVDA 0 DTE. 487 put. NVIDIA. Jesus, my keyboard is sticky. Come on, NVIDIA. Get to 487. Wow. Those Tesla puts are printing. Come on, NVIDIA. We got 5 minutes left. Follow dollar. $1.30. At 4, getting a bounce. Protecting that area right now. We may get this 0 DTE in the money. Come on. Come on. Come on. Tight stop, tight stop, tight stop. Whoa, Microsoft bounce. And a little bit from Amazon. Come on. Apple and Microsoft are bouncing. Q's are the money. We're losing on this trade here. We're down on this option. All right, this put is going against us. This is a super, super risky. We got 3 minutes left. Stop loss is obviously this 488.82. Probably going to lose this. Never know. Come on, NVIDIA. 487s. Come on. 487s. 2 minutes left to hit that. You can do it. 487. Come on. 487. Get in the money. Get in the money. Get in the money. Get in the money. So far, we're down a little bit. NVIDIA is trying to perk back up here. Qs are trying to push up. Microsoft looking heavy. We've got 2 minutes left, 1:30. This may stop me out for a loss. This one's getting close. Sorry about this, guys. If we stop out here for a loss, we're still holding. We're still holding. Qs are pushing up, though. All right, we just stopped out there for a loss. Sorry about that one, guys. Tesla printed. NVIDIA got us again. So the big one, basically that's going to be super important for cybersecurity. Palo Alto expectations are for a 1.16 earnings per share, 1.84 billion in revenue. It did have a pretty bearish engulfing candle today. It is trading near the highs of the session, on watch for a potential bull flag breakout. Now, this could also become a failed breakout, so watch very, very closely here on Palo Alto because it is a market-leading cybersecurity stocks. It's likely going to have sympathy for many other names. You know, Datadog, you could have Oracle, also influenced by this. If Palo Alto pops into the, let me just take a peek here. If Palo Alto pops into the 280 range, I would look for a potential short trade off of that level. 280, I like that for a short on Palo Alto Pan W. On that note, Baba's also reporting. I'm interested in going long China stocks, but have no position right now. ahead of this earnings. Inverted head and shoulders on the daily today makes me suspicious that BABA may end up. I'll view a different screen. I'm going to change screens here. Just bear with me, guys. So hopefully we can see these earnings here. I know I got 4 different ones here going. Let me clear this up a little bit. So Palo Alto is going to be the big one. And Alibaba, of course. Big earnings on deck here from these names. Let me switch to the regular trading session, pre-market. No position actions. All right, let's see how these earnings shape up. I think if BABA shoots up into this neckline, we can short it. If BABA actually retraces to this gap fill, it might be a long potential. Might be. Since BABA's so beaten down, I would, if your pop's really heavy on the high side, I look for weekly resistance points. I'm going to look for weekly resistance points on BABA. Like the 100 weekly moving average is fairly decent. And also some of these high pivots. I'm going to draw them in now. So I mean, BABA, I don't know what the implied move is. If anyone knows the implied move on BABA, please feel free to share it in the chat. I'd be more than happy to hear that. We do have the 100 weekly MA here. All right, we are ready to see what type of pops or drops we get. Palo Alto daily chart, I'm just going to expand that a little bit. But congrats on the trades today. I mean, if you banked with us through this whole stream, we've been on here for several hours. Please like my YouTube channel, Trading Capital Inc. Follow me on Twitter, Trading One Capital. And definitely check out my website at tradingcapital.ca, where I have a whole host of member services. I run a Discord trading service, post daily analysis videos from my members. I will put the website up here in the text box. Just bear with me. www. Whoops. But we banked today on many day trades. Feel free to rewatch the stream to see all the entries and exits. So I think those are two things that are on my mind here today. Really excited to see what those results are going to be. And I'll cut it back to you there, yeah. Real quick before we get back, to answer your question though, Dylan, about there's a big gap fill on Palo Alto, which is potentially a long, all the way down at 209.80. That would be a substantial drop if it were to occur. It's a big if. That would be a 14% drop. Where I would personally short Pan W is really only up in this vicinity. Call it 286-ish. So that would mean a move to the high side of about 12% and a potential move to the downside of about 17%. BABA low in that session is about 79.60. Let's see if there's any gaps to the downside. There might be a gap on the low end. Yeah, there's several gaps on Alibaba. Alibaba has a big... Oh, Palo Alto's dropping, guys. Pan W is dropping. Look at Oracle for sympathy. other cybersecurities. That's not going to be good for the market. It's going to take the S&P down substantially. We are falling. We're down 8.2% on Palo Alto. This is great. This is great if we're in shorts. S&P's down to 449. It's down 50 cents, 60 cents in the after hours. Pan W is dropping. A potential day trade scalp level. You know what, I'm just going to pull up Pan W here as well so I can see the daily and weekly moving averages, because we may have a day trade scalp long here. We may have a day trade scalp long. Whoops. And again, trading view is delayed by about 6 to 8 seconds that I'm finding. So it's falling. It's down 11% now. In the after hours, we are falling sharply. I do like a long trade setup. I'm looking at that 209 area. You can see the daily 200 is sitting at 218. You may get a bounce there as well. 218.11. We haven't hit that yet, but that's also a daily 200 MA level. Let's look for some weekly supports. Tesla's getting clobbered in the after hours on this. So is the spiders. Oracle's probably down. Other cybersecurity stocks are probably down. Yeah, really the only big support level I see is this daily 200 MA. Even on the weekly chart, you have this major pivot zone. But that's a big down move in Palo Alto. That's a big, big down move. So I'm just going to draw in the moving average here. Anybody take any calls, puts on that? I'm looking at playing calls. Cisco's down big time. Thank you, Elsa, for letting me know. Cisco, yeah, there's going to be a lot of cybersecurity stocks off of this. You know, even some semi names are probably going to be down, like Okta. You know, I see NVDA down in the after hours just a tad, about $1. So this is weighing in on the markets. Cybersecurity is getting clobbered. Let's look at Oracle as a sympathy. Oracle. Oh, Cisco actually has earnings today. Thanks, that's why it's down. I didn't even realize that. Thank you for letting me know. There, Elsa. Cisco. Yeah, Oracle's falling as well. How much is Cisco down? Ooh, Cisco's down to 47.70. Wow. Big drop. That's a big drop on Cisco. Look at that. That's a heavyweighter. Totally forgot to look at that. So yeah, so Cisco low. I'm just going to mark the low on Cisco here. So yeah, Cisco getting demolished, bouncing substantially off the lows. You can see it hit this major pivot zone. I actually missed this one. I apologize. I should have actually seen this for a trade. That would have been stellar opportunity just for a bounce. I mean, look at that bounce. It's pretty impressive to see. Cisco dropped 15% there. It's bounced quite substantially, but it's still down about 10. You have Palo Alto down about 8.31%. So big drops on some important names. I like the daily 200 as a bounce level on Palo Alto. In terms of something else, we'll see if anything comes to fruition. So we're just waiting on Alibaba earnings here. Alright everybody, so I'm going to end this stream here. BABA earnings, typically they can come out later. I'll probably be watching them sometime on my phone after the hours. But Cisco, very negative earnings reports, cutting their guidance drastically from just 3 months ago. So it makes you wonder if that's going to filter through the whole tech cloud space. Down 9.6% in the after hours, Cisco. Palo Alto Cybersecurity, big company wielding a market cap of, let me just pull it up here, wielding a market cap of, there it is, 79.6 billion. After today's close, it's going to be down another 8%. So it's a big chunk of money that was lost. Maxine Solar Technologies also falling in the after hours, and obviously some other sympathy trades. Oracle down. AVGO is another semiconductor one that is getting hit in the after hours after making new all-time highs just a couple days ago. You have NVDA. Basically, the whole S&P has fallen from 449.65 close down to 448.98 in the after hours. So definitely it could be shaping up for a gap down tomorrow. Yet again, we had another gap up today, and the gap was never officially filled. So what happens tomorrow is if you gap over the previous bull gap, then that makes for a big time potential sell-off heading into the weekend. You never want to have a bullish gap being gapped over by a bearish gap. So stay tuned and watch to see if that happens. As of now, it's holding, but about 25 more cents, and we will potentially be gapping over that bull gap that was created yesterday. And if that happens, that's never a good technical signal where the bears overpower the previous breakout zone. So we'll see you on the charts a bit later. Thank you all for tuning in. Please give this video a like. Definitely subscribe to Trading Capital Inc. YouTube channel, where I continue to post other videos and informative services. And thank you all for tuning in.